Howdy and aloha, everybody. This is James with Monotalk. This show is about saving the planet and all of its inhabitants. And if we have the correct and right people running the show, hopefully we can see some progress. Lately, that has been not the case, actually, for decades. It's just been a clusterfuck, to say the very least, and it's shameful, pathetic, and embarrassing. And I would say everybody on this planet that is actually in a position of power with their country, their state, whatever, has failed us completely, totally and absolutely. I haven't seen anybody yet step up to the plate and deliver what the masses are in need of. And I'm talking about the 99%. Um, not to get too crazy and not to get too down, because I mean, this is old news to everybody here, and I know this is old news. But I got to show you this just to kind of liven it up a little bit. Let me just open up this.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try and keep
Listen,
this brief.
if you can hear this.
I won't belabor all the details. I'm sure most of you remember Mr. Guest's presentation from last time, and I imagine he's going to hit some of the highlights here in a minute. But the thing is that these deadly infections, there's something we can do about it. And what we can do is call on reptiles. I'm sure most of you remember Mr. Guest's presentation from last time, and I imagine he's going to hit some of the highlights here in a minute. But the thing is that these deadly infections, there's something we can do about it. And what we can do is call on governmental representatives that are higher up the chain of and ask for action at the federal level. I am aware of Mr.
That is really happening. Okay? During coronavirus meeting, Mayor excused himself to the toilet but forgot to turn off the microphone. He's in the bathroom. He's freaking in the bathroom. This is fucking awesome, right?
And what we can do is call on governmental representatives that are higher up the chain of and ask for action at the federal level. I am aware of Mr. Brainerd's concerns that he raised last time, and there would be instances where I actually agree that we should take action locally first, but there are not any CAFO operations in Georgetown, so for us to just say it within the city limits would be...
And then he flushes. That fucking really happened. Oh my god. Is that freaking crazy or what? Oh my god, that is fucking nuts. It's been so nuts out there, and it's been so freaking crazy, and it's just freaking nuts, man. I love groups. Everybody's doing so. I mean, I'm noticing the attitude, and I'm noticing the stress, definitely the uneasiness that's happening out there. And yes, there is a reason. There absolutely is a reason. And it has nothing to do, honestly, with the virus. It really doesn't. What it has to deal with is these people. Okay? It's these people right here. Ta-da! Not those people over there. Not those people over there. But this chick right here. And Trump. And if you look in my title, right, it says very simply, did I change that COVID-19 up with Mike? Hold on. Yeah, so continuously evolving courses of events, and and it's hard to keep up. Is it hard to keep? It's fucking hard to keep up, but nothing's really happening. I mean, if I were the president of the United States, and I know that most of the people could fucking say this, if there's an actual pandemic to this severity where they don't have a cure and it's spreading and spreading and it's getting bigger and bigger, it's compounding every day, money's not an option. Money's not an obstacle. It's not even it wouldn't even come in my head. It's like, what the fuck do you guys need to stay home, to contain this, so that we can get a better handle on things? What do you all need? Let me know. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make it happen. I'm not going to just talk about it. I'm not going to just say all things bright and beautiful, like the fucking Trump administration continuously does. And they're so good at it. This guy is a fucking salesman. Oh yeah, we're doing a great job. Everything's wonderful. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. No. And the reporters suck that ask him questions like they're not saying, okay, this is happening, this is the issue, this is happening, right? Why aren't you, invoking military access or something? I forgot the name of it, or something of that nature. You know, why aren't you fucking doing this, doing that, and doing a lot of things actually that could completely and fully help pretty much everybody. Hey Ben, how you doing? I don't know, how'd you get up there? Anyway, is this thing still running? Let me see here. Yeah. Oh, let me get off Wi-Fi. But it's been gridlock. There should be no gridlock. It should be whatever the fuck they want. Take care of our U.S. voting republic of the 99% and stop, for fuck's sakes, giving a fuck about the corporations. Because they're not going to do shit for anybody. You're bailing them out because they're not going to pay anybody. They're just going to keep the fucking money. They're going to buy back their stocks. They're going to do all kinds of shit with that money. It's not going to do anything. And they know it. When you start bailing out the airlines and you start bailing out the banks and you start bailing out the corporate, the 1%, that money goes nowhere but into the pockets of the CEOs, the presidents, the vice presidents, the chairmans, these guys that are making all their fucking bankrolls of fucking money, and it's not going to trickle down. It never has and it never will. It never, unless you hold them to law. Unless you put a clear and absolute law stipulation that clearly states, and they still probably won't do it. They'll find a loophole or somewhere. Once you fucking pour that money into their accounts, you're fucked. You are fucked. Once you pour that money in Titans, let me fix this microphone. Sorry about that. Once you put that money back in their accounts, or not back, well, same as like 2008, bailing out the banks. When we just cut a check for $2.2 trillion to just like that. And now they're having a problem with spending money on the fucking people that are in the trenches. And I'm talking about both parties. How could they even hesitate? How could they even hesitate? They're closing down entire states. There are 5, maybe 6 states right now. And soon the rest will happen. That they need to stop the fucking drive-thrus. For one, I'm watching this insanity. The only way is a mass lawsuit. They could look, Octavio Vasquez, yes, that would be awesome. But who runs and owns the federal legislature, the House and the Senate? Who runs the Supreme Court, the judiciaries? Who runs all the executives, the mayors, the governors, and the Oval Office especially? The 1%. It's because of Citizens United, McCutcheon versus the FEC, the Communications Act, and everything and everyone, you know, corporations are people for some fucking weird reason. They pour all this money and they lobby continue. I mean, I'm watching Bernie today, and he's going over a list of all these fucking corporations that are hitting the floor hard with their hands out, like they're fucking hurting. These are lobbyists being paid by these giant corporations. They send their fucking boys down. They send their fucking their I would say attack dogs. They're like attack dogs, actually. They send the no, they're hitmen. I'm gonna say fucking hitmen. Or they're pitchmen. They're big pitchmen or hitmen. Same fuck, all in the same sort, all the same fucking mold, clay, all the same. And they send them down there to bug and pester and beg and plead for fucking money to help this, to help that, and we're gonna do this, and we can't stop. Look, I get it. We have to keep things running to a certain extent. But with the workforce gone, what needs to happen is we need to start paying people to live, to eat. Are you going to do that? Okay? Are you going to fucking, as soon as you get that money dropped in your fucking account, what is the guarantee that you're going to take all that money except for just what you absolutely need and not fucking 80% of it to drop in your own bank account or throw it off to some Cayman Island thing? Right? Or some Swiss bank account, or some fucking South African loan, savings or savings account, which is exactly what keeps happening. Law should be taught in high school. Yes, the Constitution and law should be taught in high school. I'm telling you right now, you should be an RN when you get out of high school. You should be a legal advisor, at least legal aid aware, at least knowing the Constitution and certain things before you even leave high school. For sure. You should be able to do carpentry and automechanics, electrical machinery, and things that are actually, pretty applicable. And yes, geometry, physics, certain things are definitely important, science and all that stuff. But these are things that they should at least get a year and a half, 3 semesters of this. 3 semesters of this, okay? RN training or some kind of first aid and all this other stuff, like I'm a CERT, Community Emergency Response Team certified with Huntington Beach. I have a certificate from them because I took a course on how to regulate and treat triages and how to take care of some of the sick and pick and choose who's going to go and who's going to stay. And a lot of things, how to wrap, do harnesses, how to wrap wounds, how to put pressures, first aid, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. I mean, the whole 9 yards. That should also be in the courses too. There's a lot of things definitely in our public schools, even in the private schools, they just do not cover. Because, football's it. Baseball's it. Basketball's it. But after this awakening, in a sense, this is just a big awakening. I think a lot of people are going to go, you know what? We fucking do need UBI. In case this, we do need full comprehensive universal health care with no copay. We fucking need that. What if something like this happens again? There are millions of people right now that cannot afford or get insurance. What if this goes on and Cobra doesn't catch up and you don't have money to pay Cobra? Because your insurance isn't going anymore because the company isn't paying for half your insurance. There's a fucking domino effect here that's crazy. And the fucking legislators, okay, the House and the Senate, along with fucking definitely Donald Trump, who could veto, he could say yay or nay, whatever comes out of that fucking vomitous mouth of people, right? And hopefully they're thinking about us before they keep thinking about what the Republicans are doing, for sure. They're more interested in thinking the trickle-down Reaganomics thing is still going to fucking work. It never has. That's why we're in this bind. And the left can't even get out of being right anymore, or further to the right. They can't separate. They can't cut that fucking umbilical cord. They have to keep feeding their own monsters, their own slaves, their own masters. Right? This pandemic should be the best way to sever that tie with the two-party oligarchy. This should be the biggest moment because they're weak. This is their weakest moment. They don't have any income. They don't have our dollars. They don't have our taxes. This is the time where they are weak. And people don't get that. This is a light that has been going on in my brain. What would be the best thing that could happen? You know, sorry, nobody likes a pandemic. I fucking hate it. I'm actually scared because I'm older and I'm an idiot. And things could happen. So I might not be here in 6 months to a year. Who fucking knows? Right? Hey, Max Waller. Hey, Snorn. Money tackles are easier than it trickles down. I would like high school to have 2-year break as a junior, then come back for 3 more years. Then is more to, I don't have my glasses on, is learn the 40 years old. Oh my God. Okay. I would like high school to have a 2-year break as a junior, then come back for 3 more years. There is more to learn that 40 years ago. Now that makes sense. So let's just say that, and I don't want to get off track here, but thank you for this. So Snark is really saying that he wants to extend school. He thinks people should work. They should be in the workforce. I totally, absolutely agree. But let me get to the big point here. This is our time. But here's the problem. We can't organize. We can't come together. Physical distancing, social distancing, right? Oh my God, how perfect is that? Right? We can't come together. What else could we do? An email, a phone call, right? They don't fucking generic reply, email, generic reply. Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling, Senator. Thank you for calling. You know, he's not available. You know, they're not fucking listening to you, right? The two-party oligarchies, I call the corporate party, right? And the masters, which are most assuredly not us anymore. This is a fucking no-brainer. If you are in the United States of America and many, many other states, many other countries, many other whatever, territories, right? Whatever you want to call, there are people out there that control their countries, just a handful of people that control everything. So in this particular moment, Maxwell, James K. must learn to simultaneously chew gum and walk to interact with his live stream listeners. I'm trying, Max. I'm actually trying. I'm trying. Thing is, I got OBS on. God, you keep throwing me off. I swear to God, Max. It's amazing. All right, so when is the time that we should, I mean, how are we going to get to that? Right? We're just, right now, if you're in California, you just need the necessities. You can't go outside. You can't congregate. Nobody's doing extracurricular activity, right? You've got to just basically stay in your house or just in the area of your house. You know, I know some people are taking a walk or doing certain things that I get it, but you can't buy I mean, right now FedEx and UPS are fucking going crazy. You know, is it DHL? Right? Whatever delivery service is out there, and for God's sakes, Uber Eats, if you were an Uber Eats person right now, you'd be making a fucking ton of money. Okay? But there's only certain things that you can do. And like I'm saying again, stop the fucking drive-thrus, you fucking idiots. Stop the goddamn drive-thrus. Because here's how that works. Instead of everybody being in one restaurant, Everybody's in a line. And we're talking 150, 200, 300. We're talking at least 2 to 300 people per day go through, give that person their card, have close interaction. They touch the card, they swipe the card, right? And they use money and transact coin. And there, it's not close. Maybe it's, probably about 60, maybe 2 to 3 feet away. But isn't that enough? Here I'm touching your Coke. Oh no, I didn't have that Coke. Here, take it back. There's your germ. Right? Here's my card. Touch it, give it to the next person. That person after each transaction has to wash their hands. It's just not going to happen. That I'm telling you right now that drive-through is just fucking stupid. So let me get back to the point of where we're at and where these companies are at. They've got their hands out. Like I said, these lobbyists, and I'm going to get there, give me a second, Max. These lobbyists that are coming in for big pharma, which is going to get, they're not handing their fucking hands out. There's how many fucking companies right now are begging for whatever they can get? Okay? The airlines, banks, right? Nobody's lending to anybody. I was actually in the process of making an app to see if I could start something to get people to. Anyway, I'm still going to work on that. I'm not going to give you the full idea, but Big Pharma is going to clean house, and they've always been cleaning house. And the Democrats, right, have always been the Big Pharma slaves, plural. They've always been the puppets, and the Big Pharma has always. And no, even the Republicans, and in a whole, and you can see this happening. You can completely and totally see this happening. Is the ones that are asking for handouts are going to get it. They're eventually going to get theirs, for sure. And some of them have. 2.2 trillion, just boop. When a war comes up, or the need for a war, because you need a $1,200 fucking toilet seat on some unit, barracks, or whatever, they do not hesitate to cut those checks for Lockheed Martin and the military industrial complex and Enron and Boeing and just name it. It's all over the fucking place. And I think we've done about 738, I don't know, just billions of dollars, right? Just a shit ton of fucking money for these bastards. It's insane. In a moment's notice. When a bill comes up for the House for the military industrial complex, how long does it take for them to pass that bill? How long does it take? 0.3 seconds. 0.3 fucking seconds. Right? 0.3 fucking seconds. There's no hesitation. It's already pre-planned. It's like Christmas. It's like every fucking holiday, it's just automatic. We're having Christmas for the MIC, done deal. We're having Thanksgiving, done deal. Give that money to fucking the military industrial complex, no problem, get it done. Right? And it's so apparently obvious, which they've totally stepped on their own fucking asses, dicks, whatever. Because when they say how you're going to pay for it, oh my God, that's a word. Crystal Ball did a great thing on this, on Rising. It was just brilliant. They've been busted because they automatically cut that check. Military industrial complex, big banks. Everybody that knows that money is going to circle around, or a big chunk of it, campaign finance because of the lack of true and absolute and real transparent campaign finance report. That they know that money's circling back to them. We also have fucking legislators that were selling stocks before the virus even was talked about, before laws were passed, before certain things were done, before certain This is the best insider trading I've ever seen, and there's so many of that happening. Alexia AOC, with Case of Cortez, she fucking brought this up many times. She should have added on to it. She was actually talking about Trump doing it or the Republicans. Well, AOC, you know what? You're a fucking naive little chick. Something. You know, it's really sad about you. Okay, because you won't call, you won't look in the mirror with the people you're standing with. This is the biggest problem with AOC. She calls Nancy Pelosi Mama Bear on the Review. Oh, that's Mama Bear. No. Do you want to aspire to be her? And we all see it. You're seeing that. I see it in your eyes, girl. I see it in your eye. You're an opportunist. Just like every African American Trump supporter. An opportunist. Unless you're a gazillionaire, you're just trying to protect your money, which is selfish and stupid, but you're still supporting, from my professional opinion, a serious racist, right? And just a sick fucking pig, man. And it's disgusting, man. I'm not saying he's like a thorough, but for God's sakes, the guy's. I have watched him too much for the past few days, and I know I go on tangents, and I know I say things in a certain way that maybe some people are like, what? But I'm watching him, and it sounds like what I'm getting from him is he always seems to find a way to wiggle out of where he needs to be up front. The transparency isn't really there. It's not really there. I mean, he's saying he's straight shooter, he tells it like it is. Yeah, sometimes. When it comes to speaking like a spoiled brat, for sure. But on many cases, like almost every time he speaks, he's always trying to make it appear like everything's fine and great and I'm wonderful. It's like I've never seen somebody personify narcissism in the most fucking omniscient possible way. I've never seen anybody, and it's kind of amazing. It's like I'm watching this man continue, and I can hear Pence and all these guys come up. Oh, we're doing the right things. We're doing the right things. We're doing the right things. We're doing this right things. No, you're not. There are people right now that are running low on food or don't have any. Right? Quick comment. Okay, so back to where I'm trying to get to. Do we have them in a position where, well, certain companies, yeah. Big pharma, no. Coal, probably not. Oil, probably not. Right? They're going to hit it a little bad because there's not enough money to spend or to do things. There's not a lot of traveling. Right? The gas prices went down. There was a little breakup between Saudi Arabia and Russia, or however that went, that kind of messed up the prices of oil, which is good. I'm fucking glad over here in West Virginia it's $2.23 fucking cents, but I can't really go anywhere, right? I don't think anybody else can either. All right, Snork. My purchases were pretty much automatic cost plus 15. Don't know what that means. So if I did something for 100, the company automatically got 115. If I spent 1,000, the company will really. If I spent 4 million, the company got 4.6 million. Doing what? Let's go. We need critical thinking. Hello, people. I just got here, and I like to, and I'd like to We are critical thinking. I remember you. Thank you for being on, by the way. Is Jimmy still on? Are other people still on? I don't know. You know, it's all kind of convoluted right now. Um, Let me change the gear a little bit, and please keep in mind that my only goal here is try to find out what the best courses of action are. I think Bernie's got a great plan, but like an idiot that Faiz Shakir is, and I got to show you something, and I got to show you something, and I'm going to show it to you. So there it is right there. Octavio Vasquez Bay, right? The problem with Bernie, and I've been fucking screaming this out, okay? I've been screaming this out, all right? And if you see that, don't look at me, forget about me. And if you can read that, and I'm not going to make it bigger, but it just simply says, and my glasses, hopefully my wonderful, beautiful, fantastic, loving wife will bring it up to me, along with my jacket because it's cold in here. I like it cold. I like the David Letterman studio kind of thing going. It keeps me moving and motivated. So right there it says Bernie surrounded himself with Hindophobes, Shakir and Ro Khanna. They who hate Tulsi. Who hate Tulsi. Didn't I fucking tell you guys? Didn't I fucking say? Nobody's talking about Faiz Shakir, the campaign manager for fucking Bernie Sanders. Nobody. And then my response to that person was that was a wonderful comment. Bingo. Bingo. Bingo, 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 bingo. Great job. Great job. Yes, for sure. That I have been stating this from the get-go. Once I found out that Faiz Shakir, the campaign manager for Bernie Sanders, used to work for Nancy Pelosi, yours truly, Nancy Pelosi, right? Your favorite fucking senator, right? Nancy Pelosi. My haircut sucks. This guy that did my haircut, I'm going to tell you right now, this is like the worst fucking haircut I've ever had in my life, and I fucking paid $15 for this. Oh my god. Some fucking idiot. And he messed up on my son-in-law's, my stepson's hair too. If he would have touched my wife's hair, she would have fucking cut his nuts off. The guy was, and he had a fucking attitude. I forgot the store, but don't fucking go there. It's next to the 31 Flavors in Kanawha City. Okay, so I've been saying this for a long time. Okay, so Faiz Shakir used to work for and have close relations with Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is not a friend of Bernie Sanders. Sorry, Bernie, not your fucking friend. Okay. Also, he was a friend of Harry Reid. Harry Reid was in charge of 2016, right? Am I right? Because he was still there during 2015, 2016, right? In a sense, was paying attention, and fucking Nevada destroyed. Not destroyed, but that was one of the major states that rigged, cheated, colluded, just psycho everything against Bernie back in those days. Harry Reid does not like fucking Bernie Sanders either. Right? Not at all. And then your favorite, John Kerry, right? Faiz Shakir used to work for John Kerry. And I've said this in many of my shows in the past. And there you have it. Okay? Ro Khanna and fucking these Hindu phobic fucking, I don't know what the fuck. Right? And Faiz and Ro Khanna just do not like Tulsi Gabbard. I think it has to do with Modi, because Modi he was very brutal, and he was not, and no matter what the case is, Bernie didn't reach out to fucking Tulsi Gabbard, maybe because he knew, or maybe Faiz and Rokana knew that she was going to turn on him no matter what. But I don't think that's the case. Because if you see in Jimmy Dore's interview, right, which I think he's the first one to talk to him, which I think is great. Why did you endorse disappearing, never around, never, haven't seen this fucking guy in forever, Joe Dementia Biden? Where the fuck is this guy? I mean, Bernie's on 2 or 3 times a fucking day trying to fix this fucking virus thing, and Joe's gone. So I always thought that, and I didn't know that relationship between Faiz Shakir and Rokana hated Tulsi Gabbard. And they were like the ears and eyes and the advisors and kind of the whisperers and the dog whisperer, the Bernie whisperer, the whispers in Bernie's ear. And that's where it got fucked up. This fucked up, that's fucked up. This fucked up, that's fucked up. I saw this fucking, oh God, this TikTok the other day. This chick did this, she does this weird thing with her arm, which is kind of messed up. She goes, that fucked up, that fucked up. That fucked up. But that was fucked up, man. That was so fucked up. All right, I'm gonna pretty soon put. It just doesn't make. It's just ridiculous. And she said, "What happened when you reached out to? Did Bernie reach out to you, or did you reach out to Bernie?" See, Jimmy didn't ask. Did Bernie ever reach out to you? Right, in regards to VP or supporting him or endorsement, right? And he didn't ask that question. I want to know if she made an effort. This guy has been in Congress for a long time. He deserves the respect. He's ran against this fucking crap twice before. She deserves to give him that respect and go, Bernie, I see where you're at. What's going on? Or she knew that Faiz was running the show and was going to run him down. And I hope to God Bernie will get rid of that motherfucker. Because he has not done the things that he's been needing to do for a long time. So here's what I think is going to happen. I think that I don't know if the Hillary Clinton mafia offered, let's just say, hypothetically, this is the way the conversation would happen. Hillary calls Tulsi in her mafia voice because she's the Clinton mafia. Hey Tulsi, uh, I like the way you got some huevos. You know, you came after us and you didn't even back down, and now you're trying to get me on the lawsuit. I think that's pretty badass. You know what? Joe's kind of losing a few marbles here, and he said he would pick a girl, which I thought was fucking stupid, but you know that's what he said. But I think we'd like to put you in as that girl. How do you feel about that? You want to think about it? You're okay with the answer? You know what? Call me back. Maybe at that point she called the fucking Faiz Shakir or Bernie or somebody and said, guys, what do you want to do? You know, we'll get back to you. No, it's okay. Fuck you, or whatever. We don't want to have anything to do with you at this time. We just don't think it's a good move for Bernie, right? Fucking Faiz Shakir, you motherfucker, you fucking asshole. I don't give a fuck what happens to Modi or whatever he is in fucking India. It's worthless. And all that shit doesn't fucking mean shit to the United States of fucking America. Because that's what your pet peeve was. Right? So they shined her on. She said, you know what? Fuck you guys. You know, they're offering me VP. I'm going to take the offer and give it to Joe. Little did she know is, I don't know if she's paying attention, but Joe is fucking gone. Right? Which makes her look even stupider. Which probably wasn't a good move. She should have just wrote it out. right? And she should have said, look, I'm trying to reach out to Bernie. Because everybody's been wanting this since day one. But the Sentinels have been Ro Khanna and fucking bingo, have been Ro Khanna. I'm sorry I'm not looking at the fucking thing right now because I got some things in my mind. It's been Faisal Shakir and Ro Khanna that have been blocking this bond since day one. Don't mention her. Don't worry about it. Don't talk to her. Fuck her. You know, Modi's an asshole. What Modi, whatever his fucking name is. Who fucking cares? God, they're so. I mean, she picked Joe Biden, who is the opposite of everything she's been trying to fuck. I mean, Jimmy, in the nicest way, was trying to say, "What the fuck did you just do?" Right? I mean, she would have hung up on me. Fuck yeah, but I'm a fucking Sully. I'm a Hawaiian. I can talk like that. Hey, girl, what's up, eh? What the fuck you doing, eh? What the fuck was that? Tita, what the hell? Tita means sister in Hawaiian, right? Tita, what the fuck? You go with this guy right here, he do nothing for you. Nothing. Right? You snap or what? You snap? Right? That was fucking crazy. But she got shunned and she got pushed away by the Sentinels, the dickheads, right? And she said, you know what? I'm just going to go with Biden and maybe I can, gain favor and be a part of it. But here's one last thing I want to say about her and what's going on with that. Oops, crap. Let me get out of this. All right, so, okay, one last thing I'm gonna get to the chat, guys. Sorry, just give me one more thing. The only other option was she knew that Biden was going down. And she's the only one that has the fame, the fortune, the pull, not just with Democrats, believe it or not, with also Republicans. Because she's kind of got a libertarian thing going. She's kind of got a freedom. They're sick of the wars too. They want full comprehensive universal. There's a bunch of them that are just sick of the stupidity. And it doesn't take long before you start to realize that the Republican Party, right? I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the legislators, the judiciaries, and the executive are fucking. They do not give a shit about you. They don't. They fucking don't. And now the Dumbo cants, because they can't do shit, also don't give a shit about you. Right? So at this moment, she couldn't jump with them. She couldn't do this. I don't know why she suspended it, but I think she's going to try to see if they'll give her the nod. If it's Bernie or her, they might just say, Joe can't do it. Let's put you up on the pedestal. Make you the next Barack Hussein Obama, which fucking flips me out. Still to this day. Right? 9/11 supposedly happens. There's this big hate for Muslims all over the place, right? And then we're going after Saddam Hussein, but we vote for Obama, Hussein, and Barack Obama. That is, look, Bernie was cheated. It was proven and many times over, and Tim Canova, clearly stated it's happened with him as well with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. The machines were rigged. Bernie should ask for a complete and total fucking hard drive, soft drive, software, backup, who's involved, what information, emails, everything you can. And fucking what sucks is Julian Assange is not here. And I guarantee you there's some whistleblowers that don't know where to give their shit to. They can't trust the fucking mainstream media. They don't want to give it to fucking Rachel Maddow. They know that. They don't want to give it to fucking Sean Hannity. They know that. These people are fucking just cutthroat motherfucking idiots. Well, not idiots. They're just the They're the epsilon of opportunists. That's it. The epsilon of opportunists. All right, but you guys kind of get where I'm going. I think she just wants. I think she knows that Joe's on his way out, and maybe if she endorses him, they'll hopefully give her some. I don't. It honestly, it doesn't make any sense. The only thing that does make sense is Ro Khanna and Fayeed Shakir said, fuck you and your Mahdi dude. Which I can kind of understand, but that's not what this is about, guys. Right? And shame on fucking Bernie, and shame on fucking Joe, and shame on fucking Tom Perez for having people go out during a fucking pandemic and fucking voting. And there were and I think it was supposed. I think it was like 40% or less than 50% of the people that actually were supposed to vote voted. It was terrible. Back to the chat. Thank you. Okay. Nick Brana. Oh no, Nick Brana. I just no. I've got a. I know who he is. He's trying to start that other party. Look, I have to apologize for the Green Party because they're pretty fucked up. That fucked up. This fucked up. That fucked up. This fucked up. In late or mid-May, I'm supposed to do a Green Party convention thing on Zoom for them, and I was trying to get it situated with the media committee members of California and a few people across the nation. But the problem with the Green Party is they don't want to put in the fucking time or the fucking effort to learn how to use Zoom. Something that everybody is learning how to do, technology. Because the planet and all of its inhabitants isn't worth asking a question, learning how to use it. It's a very valuable tool because it puts people in the right places to present their information the best possible. GoToMeeting is good, great. Okay, the other one with Google, great too. What's it called? Anyway, the one Stevie used to use all the time. All right, back in the chat. Let me see, where did I leave off? Special government computers for tracking military toilet paper deliveries, logistics. Oh, really? Is that really happening? I don't know where you're going sometimes. With all the toilet paper emergencies, I wonder if I will get drafted. Yeah, you will. You should. My friend always bothered me. Oh, fuck yeah. Everybody hated that. Oh, Joe, and Joe is my friend. Joe is my friend. I never see Joe come. I'm your friend, Bernie, too. Okay? This fucking Mr. Rogers bullshit didn't fucking bode well with anybody. And then boom, Tulsi Gabbard comes around and fucking outdoes him on Friend. Right? Tulsi Gabbard, way over from the left, way over here, right? This left. This is the left side. Comes way the fuck from fucking, America Samoa. That's how far left she was. And outdoes Bernie. Endorses Joe Biden. Oh, what the fuck? This has been a fucking crazy year in politics. And Fayeed Shakir, you needed to go before you even started. Because I've always said, if you did not even think, and Stevie brought this up many times, nobody got their hands slapped, nobody got in trouble. Back in 2016, Bernie just rode off into the sunset. Everybody went their separate ways. People got actually raises and fucking moved diagonally up the food chain in a sense, right? And it's just been fucking bullshit. Since then, no research, no task force, nobody out there investigating what's going to go on with each and every state, not preparing your voters, not looking and following and making sure they're being transparent. Because guess what? They don't have to be. The DNC fraud lawsuit basically told everybody, fuck you, we can do whatever the fuck we want. And the fucking law said, okay. They said, okay. You go, girl. Hillary, you go. Do whatever the fuck you want. Now, right there, that's the fucking biggest red flag. Bernie should have jumped on that fucking lawsuit. You know, he should have powered those people. What was their names? The Becks, right? Sorry, guys, I'm trying to read. I just keep going off of these wonderful tangents. But it's the Becks definitely should have been fucking supported by Bernie Sanders. They were fighting for you, Bernie. They were fucking battling the Clinton mafia for you. You know, like all of us have fucking been battling for you. Right? But when it comes time to fucking, pull out the fucking Louisville when you need to grab your brass knuckles when you need to, to pull out the fucking, Brazilian jiu-jitsu when you need to, to use your fucking Tai Chi and your fucking Muay Thai and your fucking kickboxing. I thought Bernie used to box back in the day, somebody told me. Fucking gloves off, motherfucker. Didn't happen. Major miscalculation. And this virus and Joe's fucking virus is I think helping you. You could still get the nod. You could still be the one. Right? And sadly, if the DNC has no other choice but to fucking pick you, right? To pick you, because Joe's gone. I don't know if they're pumping him full of steroids or putting fucking, they're turning him into the $6 million fucking man. If you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, look up $6 million man. I used to watch that show religiously. But, what the fuck? Yeah, so that's probably what's happening. It's just the fucking weirdest thing that Joe's gone. He's just disappeared. Some news is going to come out about him probably. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but it's going to be kind of strange. Oh my gosh, there's just so much to take in. There's so much going on. Continuously evolving courses of events. It's hard to keep up. It's so from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum, what I'd like to talk about? I'd like to talk about like surfing. I'd like to talk about, just maybe coaching practices or coaching techniques, with youth and kids, because I have a few championships. I have 4 with basketball and one with baseball, and how to, do certain things. And I don't want to talk about this. I really would rather be living life. I would, I'd like to be talking about taking care of the planet and all of its inhabitants, in a way that would really be positive. But the way I'm fighting for it right now is I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying to inform you, I'm trying to give you the perspective of all the stuff that's coming through. And yes, it's overwhelming. And yes, it's trippy, man. It's, you know what? I'm surprised I'm not stoned out of my gourd. I should be, I swear to God. But I don't smoke like I used to. It just doesn't, and I don't drink a lot either. But what I do is I like to be absorbed in things that I think that are going to help. And I think that's important for all of us, right? Because the people I think about the most, not just others besides myself, but definitely my kids. Definitely that one day my kids and your kids will be at a lake one day, and there won't be a sign there saying you can't swim there because it's disgustingly polluted, and if you put your foot in there, your toe will fucking burn off and melt off. Which is happening. There are places where where I used to swim when I was a little kid, that I can't swim anymore. Let me see. Somebody text me. All right. What do we got? Taylor, good night. I already did. Oh, good night, Eli. Good night, buddy. Good night. He's so cute. All right. Is my thing still going? Oh, did I stop it? I stopped it. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to read all the chats now. Thank you. I'm sorry. Here we go. All right. God, where's my damn glasses? Here we go. Start the high schools in my part of California. Most of them have block scheduling, which means longer classes. Like college students get more school in the same amount. Rare critical thinking. Students, if they want, can get them. So, is that Lucas? High school, also K-12. It sounds like Lucas. When you can snort Y2K, do they have this in your state? Although did not know Monotalk does impressions. Funny stuff. No, I don't. I'm not an impressions guy. I could try. You know what I should do is see if I can do a few. I will sometime. Snort Y2K blog scheduling is a good idea. They know they're dead like Seth Rich if they get caught too. We keep forgetting about that kid. Zoxlix, thank you for bringing that up. So I want everybody to keep remembering that the money, the influence, the power, the connections that the Clinton Mafia have, and a lot of just anybody that's in politics that has over $1 million, that has over $10 million. Anybody that has over $10 million has, probably knows people that they've, offed or killed. It's become such a fucking mafia. Our fucking government is a mafia. Who's the head mafia? Tell me that guy doesn't sound like the fucking mafia leader. Tell me that fucking Donald John Trump does not sound like he belongs in fucking the movie Godfather. Tell me that he doesn't, because that's it. And then when you watch fucking Hillary, tell me she isn't on the other side in some other mafia clan or group or gang. These are just fucking mafia leaders, right? But the difference between these people is they're being controlled by the corporations, the 1%. They're just they're puppets to their masters, but not us. They're puppets to their masters, but we're not the masters, right? And this has been happening too much. Good point. And Seth Rich, for fuck's sakes, that got squashed, right? Just gone under the rug. Nobody wants to talk about it. Hillary's still going back, going, nobody knows I had fucking Seth fucking ousted, offed, guaranteed. All right, just got notified 5 minutes later. So Nick Brana, no, not Nick Brana. People's Party, right? Stock market is collapsing much more. We're having reset. I like when people do these small little. It's just not a lot to read. Thank you for your help with that. Digital currency coming in with the New World Order. Money is about to massively inflate. The New World Order. You know what? There was a guy I was talking to the other day. I thought he was going to come on today. I said, just contact me. Brandon Green, good guy. Seen his stuff. He's got a good, interesting take, and there's a lot of people that have that take on the NWO, the New World Order. I'm interested. I like hearing stuff about that. I want to hear different perspectives on everything, because none of it honestly kind of makes sense, to a sense. But some things he brought up, like Agenda 21, ID 2020. Look that up. Agenda 21 and ID 2020. Okay, Agenda 21 and ID 2020. Okay, look that up. It's interesting. There's a lot of people. There's also a lady talking about the brain, the Pentagon's brain, the brain of the Pentagon, and how it operates and works, which isn't for you, by the way. Okay. Your money right now is worth peak value. Spend before it's worthless. How many here in this live stream are frustrated with the Green Party? Oh my God, Max Waller. I'm going to tell you a story, okay? Then I'll get to a couple things real quick. Listen up, listen up. And I was just telling Stevie this the other, just like an hour or so ago. So I'm talking, and I've already went over the story, but I got to tell you the story again because this is what's pathetic about this story. We have some people in the Green Party, right, that don't want to put out the extra effort, extra work to learn new platforms, new software, information technology that the larger parties have been using and working with, and it's fucking just like their best weapons. But for some reason, we just can't get around the fucking technology. They want to go to fucking dial-up phones or something. It's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, too late for a lot of things since all but necessities are going down. Whew. All right. Zoxalix, too late. It's too late, it's too late, it's too late, it's just too late. Yeah, I'm stuttering on that. I want to. I was thinking more positively until Bernie started fucking up his campaign, and Faiz Shakir. I mean, we've just gotten bad news after bad news after bad news. We've watched the disintegration because the fucking plague that Hillary Clinton brought into, and probably before her, you know, Kissinger. Let's everybody look and say the word Henry Kissinger. I think that's his name. Which my grandfather always said was the Wizard of War. The Wizard of War was Henry Kissinger. And I didn't really understand that till I was older, right? His predecessor, you know, both, uh, how do they say it in Star Wars? Your Padawan, right? Which was Hillary Clinton. Padawan, which was John Kerry, right? And these fucking people have been they've just destroyed this party. Nancy Pelosi, Dianne Feinstein, Harry Reid. I mean, they've just gutted this fucking party, and nobody fought against Citizens United, except for people like Dennis Kucinich and Alan Grayson. Nobody, right? There were a few people that kind of fought it, but right? God, Dennis Kucinich was a great man, honestly. Alan Grayson, he's good, but he's kind of, I don't know. But I've just watched. If you're watching from the base or anywhere from the right, not right, okay, from the Republican Party, okay, and you're watching all this crap, all this cheating, all this colluding from 2016 and on, Bernie not being prepared, being buddy, you're my friend, all this stuff, you're just laughing. You're watching Nancy Pelosi blocking bills, doing this, doing that, just not doing anything. And all you got to say when you walk up there and you start talking about, you don't have to talk about yourself. All you need to say, and this is probably Donald Trump's pitch, and watch when this happens. Just look at him. No, step back and look what they've done. To you, to their constituents, to themselves, to the people in their own party. See how they've treated them people. Just look. Should I go through the fucking list? Right? Should I go through the list of shit that they've fucking destroyed themselves on? They've stepped over oh God, I mean, you know what I'm getting to. You guys know the point I'm getting to. It's so apparently obvious and it's out in the open. It's just been a fucking Stormy Daniels, right? Russiagate, impeachment, boom, boom, boom. That's just fucking prop this guy's ego up. Even, I mean, the ego on Donald Trump, if you're watching him, he should wear a fucking neck brace. The guy should wear a neck brace because his head is so fucking big. And who did that for him? Even from the very beginning. Look at the Wikipedia, but Podesta fucking emails. They had Ben Carlson, Ted Cruz, and Donald Trump, and they told the mainstream media and all their leaders, we want Donald Trump for you guys to give him the most media. That's the words. We want Donald Trump because out of all three, they thought that Clinton could easily beat Donald Trump. Or maybe they wanted him. It looks as though the way the emails are hinting is like, out of the three fucking idiots, and I'm telling you, they really, excuse me, that was terrible. They really believe that they are, and this is a live show, so whatever, fuck it. And, there's a pandemic, blah, 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 blah. But at that point, you can go on my Facebook and see it. The Clinton Mafia, the Podestas, and everybody, they all fucking said, you know what? Give Donald Trump the most time. So they give him like 10,000 billion fucking $10 million in free advertising or something like that. Just fucking loaded his plate and got him on the stage. Sure enough, he started saying the shit that the crazies like, right? The people that are underneath the rocks in the shadows, right? The true haters, the KKK and the white supremacists and the fucking Mexicans are taking our jobs and crossing the borders, blah, 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 while at the same time they're fucking poor living in trailers. Anyway, so they created Donald Trump and then they continued to pump him up and they've been doing it over and over. And they're still giving him ammunition. I mean, this guy, if it's not Bernie and Tulsi, I'm fucking telling you. And that fucking bubble just bursted. That ship just sailed the fuck away. That ship, which was like the greatest hope to take down Donald Trump, was going to be Bernie and Tulsi. And everybody knows it. Except for fucking, the sick, greedy, fucking corrupted DNC, Tom Perez, and all his buddies back in the Clinton Mafia, etc. But I'm telling you, that was the great hope. That was like the underdog to come back. And that just took a major fucking shit. Now, and I want you to go back and look at all this, okay? And God bless, rest in peace and bless his soul, Seth Ridge. That's not over with. Who was that big, kind of fat white guy that came from Australia or something? Had the white hair. I used to go after that motherfucker all the time. He should do the Assange. Somebody, oh God, what was his name? He was like a DJ or he was exiled or something like that. They were fucking with him also. All right, let's go back to this. But anyway, you guys get my point, right? I know you get my point. It's going to be fucking tough. If Tulsi can pull it off, that would be amazing. I know Bernie can, but who's he going to fucking pick? Who's he going to choose? I'm seeing Ro Khanna. Honestly. And that'll piss off Tulsi even more. What a fucking assholes, man. God, the fucking just dumb motherfucking shit. All right, yes, we have a college courses. Okay, that's too far. Okay. Let me see. Someone has to say just yesterday that we went to Walmart and they went with face mask and goggles. Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm seeing it. There was a lady that came out of Aldi's today. She had gloves. She wiped her gloves off with sanitization stuff. She had a mask. She looked like she was Hindu or Hindi or from India. Uh, she saw the sticker on the back of my truck that says Tulsi 2020. And then she smiled really nicely and then she went on her way. Which I still have that sticker on there. I don't know why. James K. Young goes into thought-provoking rants. I do, but they're very. I think they connect, though, right? Am I wrong, Max? I mean, Socks. I mean, guys, am I missing something here? But the dots are starting to connect, and I'm not really sure about this pandemic, and that it's not manufactured. 9/11 was definitely manufactured, and inside fucking job. Televisioners, pro-corporate Democrats, when we peer deep in the crack and Hillary stares back. When you peer deep into the crack, Hillary stares back at you. That's a good one. Bernie Sanders should have had Tulsi Gabbard as his vice president selection before she suspended her presidential campaign. Max, I don't know if you heard, but I showed it. I showed it. A lady, I don't know who it was. Let me see, it's right here. Octavio Vasquez Bay commented, Bernie surrounded himself with Hindu phobes, Shakir, which is Faiz Shakir, and Ro Khanna, who hate Tulsi. That was Bernie's sentinels. Bernie fucked up by using these people that didn't do anything. So it's almost like, wow, that Ro Khanna could be the one with Bernie. You guys got to think about that now. No, sorry, it's not a girl, and Tulsi just took herself way out of the picture with that one. And then I got another comment. Let me see. I suggest you pick up a copy and get Real Wisdom. It will also teach you about these times. It's a book unlike no other. Living words from the living God. You may want to start with the New Testament. Oh my God. Well, let me see what this is. Okay, so you're very close, and some of your info was correct. Stupid kicks and that. Oh, oh my God. Okay, look, I ain't gonna say this to be. Um, it doesn't matter at this point. Fuck you and your fucking religion, okay? Because I'm just really sick of it. It's just I don't have to go with your God or your gods because there's over 2,000 of them that I can fucking choose from, and I don't choose any of them. I just know, and I believe that I'm a agnostic. Okay, and the reason why I say that because I don't know the answers, and you don't know the fucking answers, and you're lying if you say you know all the answers. From slaves, literary slaves that worked for the 1% to write books that were created and dictated and produced and edited by the 1%. Nobody knew how to fucking read in the times of Jesus. I think maybe 0.0000001% of the planet knew how to fucking actually read. Okay? And not everybody knew how to read that particular type of literature or that dialect or that not font, but that language. Nobody tried, nobody could. So this book was a marketing, the greatest. Okay, I took a class with a brilliant lady in marketing, and she exposed everything about It's almost like she was just undercover investigation telling you how people get hypnotized, what colors do, what shapes do, what certain phrases do, what impressions do, what everything. This was the greatest marketing course I think anybody could have ever taken, and everybody was just fucking just constantly talking about her class. It was like, I don't know if she's still there, but I swear to God, it was just amazing. And I think she came from some pretty great schools too. Um, but she goes, and I've always known this in my head, but I couldn't really say it. But she goes, okay, class, what is one of the greatest marketing tools that's ever been created that is still working to this day? That's I don't know, 2,000 years old, almost 2,000 years old. And I go, ooh, and I was kind of thinking of the Bible, kind of thinking of. She goes, this is the Bible. And I go, whoa, whoa. And I thought she was going to get fired because there were some people that, what, Mrs. Bettiner, I think it was Betty or someone name. And she goes, that is one of the greatest marketing advertising publications ever, and still is to this very day. There was no other publication that has been bought and used as much as the fucking Bible. She didn't say fucking, but I am. Right? So that was a brilliant book. And there's so many like that. And they all kind of go through the same processes. They go through the same systems. They go through the same marketing tactics. You know, people have been conned, lied to, manipulated, controlled, had been slaves for fucking thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And it's not the fucking dumb guy around the corner who doesn't know how to read. He might get a couple of idiots to fucking follow him. It's the fucking scholar. It's the person that goes out into the villages and asks all the questions and does the research. It's called marketing research. Comes back and tells somebody, when you go, I need you to start talking about Mary. I need you to start talking about Jazad. I need you to start talking about the fields over here that they're going down. Like you know more than everybody and you're out of nowhere. This is how they used to startle and surprise people. Salesmen used to do this selling snake oil. Oh, so if you guys, you have a pen, your hair is bad, you're not feeling good, you've had some problems, I get it. I've got the snake oil for you. It's going to help you. It's called super galactic something. We have been manipulated and fucking lied to in the fucking whole 9 yards for fucking ever. Ever. Forever. But this that's happening now, it's kind of wild. Kind of wild. All right, let me go back to the chat. Sorry. Missionaries deliver massive. Oh, yeah, the missionaries. Oh, they fucking fucked up everything in Hawaii. They've done that everywhere. Right? I hate saying the white man. I really do. Right? I just don't think that's, that's accurate, but there were a group of people that they were supposedly more sophisticated. Sophisticated to me is doesn't really. I don't think that's. It's an excuse to be an asshole. That's what I think sophisticated means. Wondering if you were going to have a debate with Eben on flat Earth or have you. I went through some Effie reasons for Effie. I'm more sure that ever the Earth is not flat. I think he's off of that. I think he's. I think he's. I don't think he's there anymore. I think he's there anymore. All right, but listen, I am going to turn on. Oh shit! Hang on. I got to go to the invite. I'm going to turn on the open chat. You know what I might do? All right, just to let you know, everybody, that's pretty much my gig. If you want to continue on with the show and hang out with some people that want to get along and hang out and talk and stuff like that, which we've been doing, and I'm probably going to be on for the next hour or two. I got nothing to do going on tomorrow. I've got a few more. Oh shit! I've got to study for my West Virginia license, which I will be doing, taking it Tuesday. Which I'm going to be a fucking West Virginian, right? Ah, it's such a beautiful state, though. Oh my god! If that Kanawha fucking river was a clean river, this would be the greatest retirement state on the planet. On the planet. But anyway, all right. Let me just go ahead and put this in the thingamajigs. Yeah. Oh, let me go here. Edit. Let me go to the editing part because that'll put it in there. Pandemic. Yeah, everybody's talking about the coronavirus. I'm not sick of it. I'm just like, right now, it's just, I don't know. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of done. Oh, there's something I need to play for you guys too. It's let me play that for you, and then we'll go on a break. I'm gonna go on a quick break. All right, save should be in the notes when you're ready to come in. Come on in. Zixalix, you should come in. I don't know why you don't come in, Max. What the fuck? You know, you're probably just too gorgeous for us. That could be the case. I guess my YouTube is working. I'm getting this. It's saying this every once in a while, guys. All right. What the fuck is this? It's saying YouTube. I have the connection error. They've been having that, but I guess I'm on, so it's working. I don't know. I guess it's working. All right. So anyway, so I just posted inside of the thing. Let me know if it's in there to join. Oh wait, no. This thing is so touchy. I swear to God. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, I gotta pull that down. Pull that down. Is it in there? You guys? Is the Zoom meeting link inside? I'm going to post it again. Hopefully it'll just go in. Let's see if I got any takers. Nobody yet. All right, I'll be back. You might have to sit in the waiting room, but give me about 5 or 10 minutes. All right. Anyway, everybody, thank you for coming on. So, how much time is that on the show? So I need to mark that. Mark it. All right, no, that's where are we at here? So I'm at the. If I don't click away and fuck this up, I've done it a few times. Okay, go to my show, your channel, go to live now. Okay, so right now we're at the. It doesn't really say. It doesn't really say at this time. Twitter allows Donald Trump to tweet misinformation and disinformation, yet without explanations, arbitrarily suspended me. Oh, dude, that happened to me. I got fucking ousted for 5 days. I tweeted something, Max. I swear to God, dude. I tweeted that Bill Maher should be bitch slapped for saying that Bernie should just use all the money he can from wherever he can. I get the point, but I just Bill Maher should just be bitch slapped. And I didn't even say it was Bill Maher. I just say this guy should probably be bitch slapped, and it was a question mark. And they fucking pulled me for 5 days. Assholes. Oh my God. This corona crisis does not affect the sunshine, water flow, so food will still be produced. Shortages in labor from people calling in sick and the panic buying exists through. Yeah, I gotta play this for you guys. Hopefully you can hear it. Tell you good night, Eli. I think hopefully Eli's sleeping now. I got this from my daughter just the other day.
Hi guys, um, just wanted to pass on this information. It was sent to me by a colleague who has a friend that works at Dr. Negrin, which is the main hospital on our island. It's obviously in Spanish, so I'm just gonna read it and translate it for you. This is what it says. The Chinese now understand the behavior of the COVID-19 virus thanks to autopsies that they have carried out. This virus is characterized by obstructing respiratory pathways with thick mucus that solidifies and blocks the airways and lungs. So they have discovered that in order to be able to apply a medicine, you have to open and unblock these airways so that the treatment can be used to take effect. However, all of this takes a number of days. Their recommendations for what you can do to safeguard yourself are: number one, drink lots of hot liquids, coffee, soups, teas, warm water. In addition, take a sip of warm water every 20 minutes because this keeps your mouth moist and washes any of the virus that's entered your mouth into your stomach, where the gastric juices will neutralize it before it can get to the lungs. Number two, gargle with an antiseptic in warm water like vinegar or salt or lemon every day if possible. Number three, the virus attaches itself to hair and clothes. Any detergent or soap kills it, but you must take a bath or a shower when you get in from the street. Avoid sitting down anywhere and go straight to the bathroom or shower. If you cannot wash your clothes daily, hang them in direct sunlight, which also neutralizes the virus. Number four, wash metallic surfaces very carefully because the virus can remain viable on these for up to 9 days. Take note and be vigilant about touching handrails and door handles, etc. I guess within your own house as well, you can make sure that you are keeping those clean and wiping them down regularly. Number five, don't smoke. Number six, wash your hands every 20 minutes using any soap that foams. Do this for 20 seconds and wash your hands thoroughly. Number seven, eat fruits and vegetables. Try to elevate your zinc levels, not just your vitamin C levels. Number eight, animals do not spread the virus to people. This is person-to-person transmission. Number nine, try to avoid getting the common flu, I guess because this just already weakens your system, and try to avoid eating and drinking cold things. And number 10, if you feel any discomfort in your throat or a sore throat coming on, attack it immediately using the above methods. The virus enters the system this way and remains for 3 or 4 days within the throat before it passes into the lungs. Good luck to everyone. Take care of yourself and pass this information along if you wish, he says. So, I've heard a lot of the same thing from a lot of different sources, so it seems to me that this is now kind of very credible advice that people can be taking on board to try and protect themselves. Hope it helps. Bye. Hi, guys.
So I want to say that that would suck if you've already got the flu and you get this at the same time. That would really suck. But a lot of the stuff is common knowledge, but some of it, I think is good. I'm going to play it one more time because I think, I want people to hear it and know it. By the way, it's open mic now, so if you guys want to come on, anybody's out there, let us know. I'll be on for a little bit more.
Guys, just wanted to pass on this information. It was sent to me by a colleague who has a friend that works at Dr. Negrin, which is the main hospital on our island. It's obviously in Spanish, so I'm just going to read it and translate it for you. This is what it says. The Chinese now understand the behavior of the COVID-19 virus thanks to autopsies that they have carried out. This virus is characterized by obstructing respiratory pathways with thick mucus that solidifies and blocks the airways and lungs. So they have discovered that in order to be able to apply a medicine, you have to open and unblock these airways so that the treatment can be used to take effect. However, all of this takes a number of days. Their recommendations for what you can do to safeguard yourself are: number one, drink lots of hot liquids, coffee, soups, teas, warm water. In addition, take a sip of warm water every 20 minutes because this keeps your mouth moist and washes any of the virus that's entered your mouth into your stomach, where the gastric juices will neutralize it before it can get to the lungs. Number two, gargle with an antiseptic in warm water like vinegar or salt or lemon every day if possible. Number three, the virus attaches itself to hair and clothes. Any detergent or soap kills it, but you must take a bath or a shower when you get in from the street. Avoid sitting down anywhere and go straight to the bathroom or shower. If you cannot wash your clothes daily, hang them in direct sunlight, which also neutralizes the virus. Number four, wash metallic surfaces very carefully because the virus can remain viable on these for up to 9 days. Take note and be vigilant about touching handrails and door handles, etc. I guess within your own house as well, you can make sure that you are keeping those clean and wiping them down regularly. Number five, don't smoke. Number six, wash your hands every 20 minutes using any soap that foams. Do this for 20 seconds and wash your hands thoroughly. Number seven, eat fruits and vegetables. Try to elevate your zinc levels, not just your vitamin C levels. Number eight, animals do not spread the virus to people. This is person-to-person transmission. Number nine, try to avoid getting the common flu, I guess because this just already weakens your system, and try to avoid eating and drinking cold things. And number 10, if you feel any discomfort in your throat or a sore throat coming on, attack it immediately using the above methods. The virus enters the system this way and remains for 3 or 4 days within the throat before it passes into the lungs. Good luck to everyone. Take care of yourself and pass this information along if you wish, he says. So, I've heard a lot of the same thing from a lot of different sources, so it seems to me that this is now kind of very credible advice that people can be taking on board to try and protect themselves. Hope it helps. Bye.
Thank you, whoever that was. That was good information. Snork, thanks for coming on. Good to see you. I was going to do an everyday show, but I'm just like, oh gosh, I've got other things going on. So I do it when I can, guys. It's just, that's basically what it is. So Taylor Tavy, sorry about that if you're watching and paying attention. But let's do a mic check. How you doing, Mitch?
I think every day would be too much.
Yeah, it would. Definitely and absolutely would definitely be too much.
I
And
haven't even,
there's so much. I mean, even if I did it 2 or 3 times a day, and I've seen Jamal do shows 2 or 3 times a day. I've seen Zoom Politicon do that. I've seen fucking Kyle Kalinske do 1, 2, 3 times a day. And that's just too much, man. And then, of course, Jimmy Dore will do one long show, usually, or 2 maybe, and break his up into segments, each topic, which I think is good. I kind of spread everything out in this whole gigantic position. But I hope that information helped a lot of people out there.
There
I
are
know
a few
this is really
corrections.
rough. Huh?
There were a few corrections.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I can't remember what they were. Some of them were not good.
Okay, I want to know. I mean, if
Now I forgot. I almost have to see the
something,
one
the
later.
thing about the hot water or
No,
warm
that's
water,
been debunked. Um,
okay, because I thought that
uh,
was
and it broke up a little bit about something about putting something in water.
lemon,
Mm-mm, won't
vinegar
help. Won't help.
won't help. Yeah, I mean, once this thing sets its little particle on your, once it gets into your system, let's say whether it hits you in the eye or it gets on your tongue or your lips or some way, bless you, God bless you.
I'm just getting
I
over
think
it.
that's pretty much it. I don't think it's. I think you're pretty much. You've got it.
There probably is a certain amount that you need to get exposed to. So one might not be enough.
Oh yeah, I mean, in one drop of saliva could have like 1,000 particles or something, right? Am I right? Or
Yeah, and another one that they left out. Um, you'll hear this in some of the early, but you don't hear it in the later.
right?
They'll talk about fecal form transmission. They mean farts.
Are you saying if you're farting, you could spread it?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Literally, oh shit! That's fucked up, dude.
Sharks
That
do.
fucked up, and that's fucked up. That's fucking fucked up, man. That is messed up, bro. Wow. So
Yeah.
that did you see the first part of my show where I was showing the guy was in the bathroom going to the bathroom and just
Yeah.
fucking just
That's what had me
obliterating
thinking about it.
the toilet, and it's just terrible. But if the person next door to him is going to get it if he's got it, right? I mean, so let me ask you because this is really interesting. So when I'm in cold weather and I breathe out, and that steam or that mist or that flow of air that comes out hot,
Mhm.
some of it is oxygen, but some of it I'm sure does have some particles or some, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
vermin. Is if I'm in that stream of air and somebody does it next to me, eye, mouth, and I inhale, is that a place where I could get that? Is that the actual
Yeah.
particles that are coming
It's going to
out?
die down a little bit with distance, but I have some bad news for you.
Go ahead.
It's not just where you're in cold weather. You can just see it in cold weather. It's
No,
the
no, yeah,
same in
yeah,
warm
yeah,
or cold.
yeah. But I'm saying that's the only time you
Yeah,
can really see your breath.
yeah,
So you can see your actual breath in almost freezing weather, where when it comes out, you can see the heat of the air coming out. So that would be you don't want to be in the path of that for sure,
yeah.
right?
And I would say I would avoid going out in fog.
Fog could carry it pretty far.
I think fog would sustain it.
Really,
Yeah.
really.
So I don't know for sure. So right now, because you're not that far from the Smokies,
From the where?
the Smoky Mountains.
Oh yeah, dude, it happens all the time. We get that foggy mist all the time that lingers
I
around.
would avoid crowds when you're in the misty areas.
Yeah, we get that all the time, dude. It's um yeah. So the thing is how if it's so is this like a full airborne or is just kind of like touch? I mean, that's some people say like a full airborne, and is there a difference?
Um, some things need the airborne as a path. It looks like this one is not picky to hitchhiking, however it can get there.
Yeah, whatever currents or breezes or whatever. Well, as long as it can get to the next host, right?
Yeah, I really wish we had a national lockdown with delivery service for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it should be package on the porch, ring the doorbell, run away.
Yeah, I've been screaming at Jim Justice. I don't know if let me show you real quick. This is fucking. Um, I've been screaming at pretty much Jim Justice and the governor of West Virginia through Facebook and all Little Caesars and everywhere to tell them to stop the fucking drive-through process. The drive-through process has got to be one of the stupidest ways to transmit that, and the reason why is because here's my credit card, here's my debit card. Go ahead and swipe it, right? Swipe it. Then where I've touched and had, and let's just say I've got the infection, I've got the virus. It's definitely in me, and I've been touching my card for several days and using it and swiping it, and then I go hit the keypad, and then whatever the case may be, how you're doing your drive-through, you're going to transmit that to that person who's going to then transmit it to the next person and the next person in the drive-through, the next person in the drive-through, because they're not washing their hands after each encounter. They have
No,
to.
I think you are correct. What I have set up for a deal, and a lot of other people do in this area, is there is a pizza place in town that you internet in your payment, they will leave it on your porch.
Yeah, there's ways. I mean, you can like with certain grocery stores, you can buy online, and I think you can go and pick it up.
Yeah,
Which I think is the way it should. It's just the way it should happen. Period. I
and
don't.
we have
I Go
two
ahead.
pizza places here that do that.
Yeah, yeah. Little Caesars has, I forgot what you called it, but she has and a few others have that process. Yeah, that would be the smart thing to do. Uh, I'm trying to look for this. There it is right here. So let me just show this. If you can, it's actually you can't see it, but it's on the
Oh, I'll take a
YouTube.
look. It'll be delayed.
It basically says this, and this is funny. If you want a good laugh, go to the governor of West Virginia, Jim Justice, which is, in my opinion, the fucking village idiot. I mean, Forrest Gump has got a brother, and his name is Jim Justice. The YouTube, and read the comments, because the comments are just as fucking funny, and the chat. There are some fucking morons, and there are some people just cutting fucking Justice up, cutting him up, like severely, cutting him up. Like, dude, what are, you look? I mean, I shouldn't talk because I'm overweight, but this guy's just wrecked. And read the comments, watch this guy talk, also watch him talk. And then I put in there, yeah, we're fucked. We're fucked. I mean, he hasn't really done anything for this state. And I don't even know, I can't believe people even fucking voted for this guy. I am watching other governors throughout the United States speaking clearly, concisely, informative. And I mean, he went as far as to say, and we shut down a few things, and we even shut down I'm speaking faster than he does already. We shut down, he goes, we shut down we had to shut down the Hatfield and McCoy Trail. Like, who the fuck gives a fuck? Right? Because there's like 1,000 people going, no. That's not happening all the time. It's so insignificant. The guy, oh my God, I don't know what kind of governor you have, but I've been watching some great governors out there, Snort, that are saying and doing the right things, and some of them are kind of there, but this guy, God, I have never heard, and from what I'm hearing, the way he gets is his money and his family's money, and that's how he got in, and it's basically about money. But the guy is I just can't believe he's fucking. I can't believe he's in office at all. Do me a quick favor. If you've got anything to talk about, or please go ahead. I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back. Is that cool?
Okay, I'll try to catch up with the chat.
Yeah, yes, you could go catch up with the chat. See if you get any questions. I'll leave it on
Okay.
you. I'll be back.
Let's see. Epicac. I thought Epicac was to make somebody vomit.
What?
Can you catch it from animals? If a person touches an animal and it stays on a hair, yeah, you could possibly catch it from an animal because the animal touched a human, or an animal might be harboring it from a human. Then osmolar transmission. Humanist report, Mike Figueredo. I can't think of anything that I object about Mike Figueredo. Usually, when he looks into something, he looks into it passionately, and uh, um, yeah, I have to say I pretty much support that. Um, I know I would check Priceline if you want to try to fly. Whatever money you put up, be ready to lose it, because I don't know that all flights on Priceline are refundable, and so many flights are just absolutely canceled. The alkaline thing might be true. On the other side, remember, I did take a toxicology class in grad school, and I was told that the professor was very much against us drinking anything that was too alkaline. He thought it was very bad for you. Yeah, you could bake the pizza again in your oven, take it over 350 degrees for at least a couple of minutes. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, because most of the bacteria would be on the outside. So a big flash heat, maybe put it on broil for 30 seconds. I don't know. We need to. Yeah, and if we look at the Spanish flu, which wasn't supposed to be as bad as this one, we're looking at Spanish flu didn't peak until October for deaths. Started almost the same week as it was noticed here. So if we're looking at a similar timeline, we probably are looking at a peak around October as well. And I don't think there's going to be school in the fall. Let's see. That's as far as I got. Your nephew may not be coming back from the cannabis farm. So, yeah, I've actually got to start recording tomorrow's classes here in just a little bit. I was just about ready to take a shower. And then after I take my shower, I'll start filming. So I was just slacking off here a little bit. I know I got to clean up my room here a little bit before I go. I've been building some things. I got to finish my build later and get them out of the way. And I suppose for the next few months, I'll be just living down here back like I was. And so I've even got my ketchup bottle here. Get ready to make stuff. I got 2 kilos of plastic ready to make things. I got a couple more kilos up there. So I got plenty of stuff to get me through need to design a garden that I can roll in the garage and lock at night. Because my thought is if somebody sees that I have a lot of peas, they're going to come out and steal my peas in the middle of the night. So, yeah, right now, if you wanted a 3D printer, I don't know what your chances of delivery are.
Wait. Are you trying to say 3D printer? I mean, is delivery bad right now? Is that what you're saying?
Some cases, there are some problems with delivery. Yeah.
Okay, so I ordered, check this. I ordered the wind up solar AM FM stereo / USB phone charger.
Might not be a bad idea.
No, I had one a long time ago. Back when the fires were going crazy in California. I think it was like 2007 or something like that. And I don't know what I did with it, but I ordered another one, so I'm getting that. I'm also gonna get a ham radio. I gotta get my ham license, or I'm just gonna get a CB, a citizen band radio. I mean, citizen band, you don't have to have a license. I guess you kind of have to have the license or something. Or how does that work? Do you have one of those
I haven't used one for,
forever?
I'm thinking at least 30 years.
30 years?
A CB?
Yeah, they're coming back, bro.
Yeah, I
CB
haven't used
radios
one
are coming back.
I haven't used it for 30 years. It used
Wow.
to be there came with a little card, and when you sent that away, that was your license.
Yes,
You
exactly. Yeah.
just basically registered, and I think almost everybody forgot their license immediately because I'd never
So,
heard anybody use theirs. There was a proper way, an FAA required way that you were supposed to open a conversation
huh.
on a CB radio, and I never heard one person use it.
Yeah, before you speak, you're supposed to say this is the license or something like that, but nobody ever did that.
Yeah, it should have been a four letter. Back in the 90s, it would have still been four letters,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
four letters, four numbers after the four numbers after it. And you're supposed to say that, and then start with your spiel.
Right.
And I don't remember anybody ever using it.
So what I have, I don't know if I told you, but I have what's called I'm a certified person,
Yeah,
community emergency response team person, and I have. Let me show you my certificate. I'll just show everybody here. Um, Commendation cert. You can't really see much of it, but I have it, and it's sealed by the city of Huntington Beach. And I'll tell you the quick story on this, which I thought was really cool. Is here's another picture of me getting with Fire Marshal Bill and some other fire lady or something like that when I got it. I was so proud of myself, so proud of myself. But it was 3.5 or 4, three, like a 3-month course with the city. You went like once or twice a week, once a week. Okay, so what they did was it taught you how to do triage, how to mark a house when you go and investigate. The CERT team, they're like part of the first responder teams. They're voluntary, but what people don't realize that when there is a major when there is a major earthquake or there is some crazy thing that's happening, they're not going to be at your house for a long fucking time. Because they're taking care of like major hospitals. They're taking care of major facilities, government off places that need the medical assistance immediately, so things can run properly. They won't get to your house in an earthquake, a tsunami, a fire, whatever the case may be, for a long, long fucking time. Now, I'm not sure how it works out for a pandemic or for something like this, but if you need somebody to come and pick you up from, an ambulance, while there's 200 other people that need to be picked up in the same area, it's not going to happen. So what I recommend to everybody is knowing that is you've got to have backup people. Who can you call? Who can you trust? If something happens, who's close or near you, or family member or something like that, or a neighbor that you're very familiar with, or hopefully you are friends with your neighbors, where they can take you to the hospital if you need to, because there's not going to be any ambulances available, and the fire truck's going to be somewhere else. So there's a lot of things to learn with a community emergency response team, and there's different titles for that. But go to your city hall and ask, is there some kind of emergency response team volunteer process out there? And the biggest reason why I joined this is because when FEMA came around during Hurricane Katrina, nobody knew what to do, where to go, or how to be. Nobody fucking had a fucking clue. Right? And I'm all, shit, man. Well, I'm in like earthquake area. Tsunamis don't really run well because the plates, they go across instead of into each other. They rub each other instead of slam into each other. It's a different scenario than like the coast of Japan where Fukushima was, which nobody's doing shit about still. But the biggest thing is to know what's going on. When you're involved with the first responders and you're able to hear what they're doing and what's going on, you're going to know where all the water is. You're going to know where all the food is. You're going to know what areas to be in, what not to be in, who's getting the care, who's not getting the care, what hospitals are full, what hospitals are available. You're going to have all the information you need to best survive for yourself. So I always, and I maybe I've done this on a few of my shows, but if you can get together with your city, which I highly recommend that you do, is find out what their volunteer first responder group or team is, or anything. Or you can just bring up the word CERT, Community Emergency Response Team, to get you in that loop. Now, the other thing is I was just going to get my ham radio license and I didn't. So I want to do that. You can get a cheapo ham radio for like 50, 60 bucks, right? Which is fine. That'll keep you definitely in the loop. What kind of communication do you have, Snork, as far as knowing what's going on out there? What is that?
This is a USNG number.
What does that do? Hold on. What does that do?
USNG location is what you need to give if you need a government operation to come save your butt. And it's your location to the nearest 20 meters. You should be able to get a web application for it on your cell phone, and then download that, run that, and like for your house, you should have somewhere in your house posted your USNG numbers.
Are you talking about like okay, so are you saying that
It's a number that like National Guard can find you immediately. If you're at your house and you've got the USNG number for your house or your location, or if you're not at your house, let's say you're driving between the mountains and there's a landslide and you need to let somebody know that you're trapped, you'd pull out your phone, get the USNG number for that, and that's where you tell them where to send the helicopter.
is there a website or a link I can put up?
I would say, I can't remember how I found it. It's a USNG location number.
All right, here we go. USNG location. Location service on iPhone or?
Yeah, whichever one you have, there's iPhone or Android.
Location service. Using location service. Turn location service and GPS on or off? No. Manage your Android. Choose which app. It says
So,
using. USNG. Should I have a dot there? I mean, I don't think it's picking this up properly.
okay, I'll look to
When
see
you
where
can
I can.
find it, let me know and I'll put it in the notes. When you can find it, let me know and I'll put it in the notes. No problem.
Yeah, because it's something they enacted a little bit ago to give priority to who they come and save.
Right.
So, if you need help, you want to be on that priority list. You have that USNG number, you're on the priority list.
What does that mean? Our garages are considered gymnasiums in our other states?
He asked if my garage was large. I live in Iowa. Land is really cheap here. Our whole yard cost as much as most people's patio bucket for a plant.
Right. So let me just see. So I was going to bring something up. Okay, so Crystal Ball was talking about, Jimmy's talking about, everybody's kind of talking about this. Where the fuck is Joe Biden, dude?
I don't think this looks good.
Seriously,
I don't think this looks good.
Yeah, it's like it's a def. I mean, I'm showing a picture right now of bleachers with a podium with Biden, but nobody around, and him not behind the podium. It's blank on YouTube, and it. This is a very bad indicator, from what I can tell. Definitely that there's something more going on with Joe, and then that last public announcement that he gave, when they showed that he just kind of just stopped talking. I don't know if you saw it, but I posted on my Twitter.
I didn't see it. I saw the one where he was giving a like a YouTube and looking at his cell phone, and he just kind of wandered away.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the same one. No, this one I could probably find it on my YouTube. But the saddest thing about what's going on with him right now is the cover up. I mean, if you look, it's Jim Canova was on Jimmy Dore. Jim Canova was on. I think he was on with Ron Pacone. No, he was sorry. Canova. He was on with the Convo Couch, which I love those guys. Do you know their names? One's Isabel. What's the guy's name? I always forget his name.
Pasta.
What?
Pasta.
Shit. Fuck, I always forget. You know what? I eat that shit all the time. Okay. Is it Foster or pasta? Like pasta, right?
Pasta, like the linguine.
Like noodles, like pasta. Yeah, so anyway, so he came on and did the same thing. He got burnt the same way fucking Bernie did with Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and then he proved it, but it didn't go anywhere. It's just, just the way the DNC fucking rolls. And, it's really sad. It's really fucking sad, dude. And so besides that, Joe doing all that, and then he's their fucking guy. Now he's just off of the map. I mean, is he having a surgery? I mean, for him to be gone while Bernie, and I said this earlier in my other show, for him to be fucking gone during these times where Bernie's doing 1, 2, 3 fucking YouTubes or blogs or whatever, video blogs a day, reaching out to the people, still staying in touch. He's like, I don't fucking care about the primary right now. I'm trying to save people's lives. I'm trying to get this message to our fucking Democratic brothers and sisters. He's trying to get people to fucking pay attention, because what he's offering is exactly what the fucking country needs right now. And it's really sad. It's really sad. It's really sad. He's did you hear the part about Ro Khanna and Faiz Shakar?
Yes, I did.
They're Hindu phobes, like really bad. And I think it's because of Moti. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but
Yeah, I do.
he's had some bad run-ins and done some bad things to a lot of fucking Hindus Muslims out there, in some very, very bad ways. He's treated people like fucking Israel treats the Palestinians, and I get that, and for her to endorse him was bad, and even Emma Vigeland brought that up right off the bat, and I said, hey, I'm with you. She needs to come out and talk about that. I'm not a big Emma Vigeland fan, but I that whole dynamic could have been fixed, and they all should have sat down. This is what should have happened with Bernie and Tulsi is the phone calls, the tweets, however they were communicating was wrong. They at a certain point, Tulsi or Bernie should have fucking said, you guys just get out of my fucking way. Let me talk to her. Let me find out where her head's at. Let's find out what's going on. Because I do not believe that she's had direct contact with Bernie in a while. I don't think Bernie fucking actually told her to go fucking fly a kite. I just don't believe him doing that, in that manner. I don't. I mean, if you look, hang on. I got it down here. I got so much shit on my Facebook. This is where I fucking put everything. I put some interesting information in here. It says, again, not one person is talking about Faiz Shakir / Bernie's campaign manager, but me, Montauk, some goofball. What if he was the asshole that told Tulsi to take a hike? I find out now it's Rokana as well. What if he is the one whispering in Bernie's ear to not reach out to Tulsi? Seriously, what was the conversation between Tulsi and Bernie's campaign? For all we know, Bernie's got dementia Bernie's got dementia also regarding Tulsi, or Faiz is the ultimate saboteur. So it's basically what I've been saying for a while is and it really trips me out that nobody has ever brought up Faiz Shakir during this whole fucking thing in Bernie's campaign. Come on. Am I in the wrong direction here? It's just ridiculous.
I never saw Faiz in Iowa.
No, he stood up. He was in L.A. That's the only time I ever saw him. For the first time I ever saw him, and it said Bernie Sanders campaign manager coming up, and I didn't even know who he was. Actually, I knew to whom he was before that. After Iowa, I went, who's this fucking campaign manager? I looked it up, like, oh my God, this guy fucking used to work with Nancy Pelosi. Oh my God, he used to work with Harry Reid. Oh my God, he used to work with fucking John Kerry. Oh my God. Red flag. And then he gets up and I'm watching him. He has the enthusiasm of a fucking brick. He did not say anything tremendously positive about Bernie. He didn't boost up anything. It's just like he was just going through the fucking motions. Like he was just going through the motions. And it was really apparent. I was watching his mannerisms and the way he was conducting himself on stage. It's like he just wanted to get off. He just wanted to get off there. And who was the campaign manager for Barack Obama? He's on fucking CNN all the time.
Carville?
Remember Barack Obama's campaign manager?
Was it Carville?
Could you say the name one more time?
James Carville?
James Carville?
Carville.
No. Guy with a mustache. Looks like Snidely Whiplash. Anyway, I used to watch him talk, and the way he used to present himself, right? And he got a lot of time on MSNBC. He got a lot of time on CNN. I never saw Faiz Shakar on MSNBC. I never saw him on CNN, and never saw him on Fox. Which it's like, dude, you need to be out there pushing this guy. And I never saw him doing anything but just talk about, well, we're working on some platforms and getting some more social media going and this and this and that. I'm like, what? What? That's it? What the fuck? That's all you got?
It's almost as though they made Bernie pick him.
I mentioned that.
Because
I
he had the
mentioned that.
best campaign manager in Iowa. Her name is Misty Ribbick.
Right.
And then when Roe came to town, she had to take a second seat. But she really ran Iowa. Misty Ribbick, she really did a good job because a lot of people were staunch Biden supporters in the state, and there was the Pete supporters. They spent all kinds of money to break all the vote up that could possibly go to Bernie. They tried to get gay people so that they would have the gay people locked up so gay people couldn't vote for Bernie. They wanted the blacks, they wanted to have going to the black candidates. And all these candidates kept coming on to peel votes away from Bernie.
Wow.
And then when Steyer came in, he went to the gay pride parades and hired as many gays as he could to peel away votes from Pete.
Right.
And that was just kind of humorous. He didn't get any.
That is.
I mean, he did not do well in Iowa at all. Steyer didn't. And then, no, it was. But this Misty Ribbick,
Misty Ribbick.
Yeah, she would go to all of Bernie's things. If he was in Iowa, she was there. When you could tell that Bernie was in the building, because before Bernie came into the room, Misty would do a couple of rounds like a Secret Service, and you'd see her just zipping around, and then she'd go to the stage. I attended a lot of the meetings, and one time a translator didn't show up, and we were in a heavily Hispanic district. People think that Iowa is all white, and that's not true anymore.
Right.
And so we were in a very Hispanic district, and our Spanish translator did not show up. Misty just jumps on the stage, perfect accent and everything, just starts translating.
Oh, in Spanish.
Yeah, so I want her to run for governor.
Oh yeah, for sure. Is she doing it, or she's not thinking about it?
I don't know. Again, all these other campaign managers, she was able to get Bernie to fight off how many other people? Other than Biden, she basically was able to hold off all of the other people that were trying to basically gang up and go against Bernie. And so she ran a very good campaign in this state for Bernie that, like this other guy will take credit for it and probably get a good job for some other Democratic candidate the next time. I don't know. I want another party to pop up. It's not easy.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not talking about the virus right now, but I don't know if you saw this. I don't know if it's related, but there's a couple of people that have contacted me about Agenda 21 and ID 2020, where all this was to start the NWO, New World Order, and all this other stuff. And then this one guy was saying, well, in the Bible, I'm like, okay, you're done. It's just, what the fuck? As I'm strolling through this, by the way, I'm on YouTube, I'm strolling through some things. I've got a lot of things I'm putting up going, anybody seen Biden? But there's a lot of talk of so many conspiracies right now of, let's just say there was a giant revolution happening in China. We had the yellow shirts. We've had people with major uproars all over. Just, you could see it elevating, right? You could see the elevation of some serious people. The 99% were fucking getting more and more and more pissed off. And all of a sudden, boom, everybody's off the street. Right? Everybody's
Yeah.
off the street now. Nobody's
And
protesting.
nobody has blamed aliens yet.
You know, God damn it. Fuck. You know what? And alien friends that you're out there and time travelers, whatever. I apologize. We need to give you guys kudos because if anybody's doing anything, manipulating anything in brains and stuff like that, or maybe you've got like a host that malfunctioned, something that goes through the ear and eats up the brain or controls the brain, or something like that for Joe Biden, it just went haywire and grabbed onto the wrong frontal lobe or something, and whatever went into fucking Tulsi's ear, to manipulate her to fucking endorse Joe Biden, right? What the fuck? And whatever else is fucking happening out there, you guys just dropping a couple of flus on us and viruses. Look, hey, we're sorry. We're going to try to fix this, right? And we didn't give you guys props, and I apologize. Aliens and time travelers and dimensional travelers and whatever the fuck is out there. I mean, there's so many fucking. I mean, I don't like to eliminate anything. The only thing that I did eliminate immediately was Evan Kim and his fucking flat Earth shit. Right?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember Evan? I think he's still pushing it. He was. I
Might have
think he's
been,
off of it now, but he was saying he was all with the flat earthers. And then there was this guy that was an Evil Knievel dude that jumped aboard the flat earthers and said, "Hey, you guys, what I'll do if you sponsor me." And he started this donation, GoFundMe, I don't know what it was. And he decided to take all their money, get them all hypnotized that he was the guy that was going to prove flat Earth was flat, he was going to launch a rocket up into space, which you can't really see the curvature of the Earth until you're like over, 30,000 feet. I mean, if that.
Yeah.
And I don't think his vessel was going to go over 15,000 or something. So he really had these fuckers fooled, but he's done a few things like this before. So he convinced, I'm trying to get his name, but he had all these guys convinced, all these just numbskulls, that he was the guy that was going to prove that the Earth was flat. He got them all to pitch in money to give him thousands and thousands of dollars and build his rocket, and he went up. The parachute disintegrated, flew up like 1,500 feet or like 10,000 feet less than what he was supposed to, and fucking just no parachute, came down, slammed on the ground, he was done. Just like fucking,
was that guy?
It's done. It was bad. So I guess he got his becomings. But the thing is that fucking snort, that freaks me out. That freaks me out that there's people out there right now that truly and absolutely believe that the Earth is flat. You cannot. There's documentaries about these people where you can't change their mind. And they don't get pissed off about it either. It's like, no, I know it's just the whole round thing's fake. The whole space station, ISS, this is fake. All these rockets going up, Tesla, fucking Elon Musk, all this stuff is bullshit. It's craziness, And believe it or not, most of them are Trump fans. I know that's a stretch, but most of them, I think all of them are Trump fans.
I get it all the time. People come up to me, ask me about Area 51. They ask me about other. I go, well, why would I have worked at Area 51? And it's just amazing the questions. Everybody, it always goes to the flat Earth. Is the Earth really flat? And I am not a flat earther. And the math would be so weird for flat Earth to work, and there are so many examples that knock it down. And but it's not just the flat Earth. There's a whole bunch of strange beliefs that we have. And once we have the suggestion of any kind of belief, it is very easy for it to stay with us. So, after people see a vampire movie, they might feel uncomfortable going into a dark room.
Yeah.
We're just wired to instantly, once we've heard it, no matter how much we think it's crazy, to have in our minds, could it be real? We're trained from birth. For the first time, we're told about Santa Claus on through to believe in
Yeah,
all kinds of things.
and the Easter Bunny. You're like, exactly. You're trying to tell yourself. I remember when I was a kid. I don't remember the feeling, but I'm sure it was. I'm sure that feeling was fucked up. Where it's like all of a sudden somebody at school goes, you believe in Santa Claus?" I'm like, "Yeah, dumbass," right? And then the next thing you know, I'm like, "Okay, no, I guess he couldn't come down our chimney because we don't really have one. We're in an apartment." You know what I mean? And everything starts coming together, and then your parents lie to you. You're the people you're supposed to love and trust and care for, and no, they didn't. Fucking Mr. Bunny or whatever didn't put a fucking uh, a dollar under your pillow where your tooth was. Which you thought, oh man, I know when I put my tooth underneath, there's gonna be a dollar there, right? That happened. I mean,
Yeah.
what the fuck kind of society are we creating? This is fucked
So
up. It's
we didn't
fucked
do that
up.
with my
That's fucked
kids.
up. So
Yeah,
fucked up.
we didn't do that with our kids.
Well, that's smart. Then
Uh,
thank you for that because I think it still affected me in many ways, shapes, and forms.
and just honest with the kids. It's you know, let your friends have fun. Don't tell them about it. But here's the story. If I don't have to fake like I'm Santa Claus, I can save more money to buy you presents. And then, okay.
Right? Yeah, that's fine. Let them have their little fun and their little lies and their
That's what got me
fantasies and
kicked out of
shit.
church.
I'm sorry.
The Santa Claus thing. That's what got me kicked out of church.
Okay, give me the
What
story. What?
I
What?
was
What?
in Sunday school and I said, "Oh yeah, so God must be fake, just like Santa Claus."
Oh my gosh.
Some of the other kids didn't know about Santa
Yeah.
Claus and they were all upset. So I had to get kicked out for
Oh.
hairspray.
Yeah, that'll do it right there.
Age 5, kicked out of church.
Yeah, it's. I was working with a girl and she's so smart and so intelligent. And then we were talking about a lot of things that have been happening in the world. And she goes, "Well, if you read the Bible, it's all right there." And I'm all, fuck. Damn it. God, she was so close. And then she starts listing some of the scripture that she says relates to the things that are happening today, which you could take anything. No, pick a fucking religion. There's a bunch of them out there. There's like 2,000. But any one of their books, whoever one percenter or some crazy fuck wrote it, and you could actually reference that or pertain it to or give an example of or in any way, shape, or form, you know, make it seem like it's there in that book written by a human being, a man, usually, that it has a connection to what's happening. It's just amazing. I mean, I could take Dean Koontz. Fuck, I could take um, Marvel Universe or I have some Aquaman. I have some old fucking comic books that I know I could grab something out of my 1980, 1990, 19 whatever comic book, and I can relate it definitely to something that's going on here right now.
Yeah.
It would take me like maybe 2 or 3 of the comics. See right here? This is where that apocalyptic thing happened. See how these people are sick? See how these people are fucking, you know? And it's so easy to do. It's so fucking easy to do. It's crazy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I'm really, I mean, how do you teach people how to think critically? I mean, not even critically, but just sensibly. And I've been wrong on a few things. There's still some questions I need answered. I'm still, a little wavy on the moon landing. I'm still a
Oh,
little,
I can help you there.
okay, yeah, thank you, but not right now. I'm still, you and I, building 5. I told you they had
Five,
a,
six.
or was it 6? Was it building 6?
Oh, we didn't say that.
No,
Last time, my internet just shut down when I said 6.
Oh, so I don't want to get too deep in it, but I don't know if you remember, but what it was you were really concerned about building 5 that it imploded,
6.
or 6, right? So they actually had, and I think I sent you some information on it. The people that the mourners, or it's not the families of the dead, of the deceased, all got together with the New York City fire chief commissioner, and they demanded a full investigation be done by an unbiased source. And they came to the point, and the summary of it all comes to this, that it was not done by a fire, it was done by demolition. By demolition. That it wasn't that there's no way it could have gone down the way it didn't. And what were you saying? You were saying something similar
I
to that.
really couldn't repeat it here.
Okay, let's not do that. Okay. So let's get off of that topic.
But that one I believe is wrong too.
Yeah. That's some good stuff on that one for sure. And then, I mean, there's just so many things that really just boggle my mind. Stork, is it just me, or knowing that we've got a fucking pandemic and we're in lockdown? I mean, what the fuck? This is nuts. Um, does this help a political party? I mean, people are trying to say the pandemic helps the Democrats because then the Republicans won't go out and vote, right? And all this,
No.
I'm hearing to both sides saying that, oh, this is good for Trump because then he'll have to be in office longer, and they will postpone the elections and all this other shit. Da, 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 da. So I mean, or is this just a case of somebody fucked up and fucking French kissed an animal or something, and then here we go, right? I mean,
Um,
I don't know, dude. It's weird.
I don't know.
You don't have any. I don't have an answer either. I don't.
Next time I go south, I'll have to stop in and talk to you.
Yeah, do. Okay. Yeah, kind of tell me what's going on, and maybe we shouldn't talk about it. But
Yeah.
but in all honesty, I just don't. Everything kind of plays in both directions. But
I
serious.
don't really have any information. I just didn't want to start any rumors.
Oh no, we're not doing that. No, we're not. No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying there's some. Every time something doesn't fit somebody's narrative, there's a conspiracy. And then every time something happens to where there's um, a conspiracy, right? The people say no, that didn't happen. Then they shun it, or uh, they disregard it, or they deny it completely. And no, I'm at the point to where I'm really at the point to where there are stuff there are things happening out there, Snork, that I know we don't know about, and I know we don't have control over, and
Yeah.
I know that and I know that there's some things that happen that we're probably not going to know until we don't know really. I mean, has anybody divulged absolutely completely of the hidden bullets or whatever of JFK assassination?
Yeah. Dave's in the green room.
I'm sorry.
Dave's in the green room.
The
waiting room.
Is that the book or the movie?
The waiting room in Zoom.
Oh, who's in?
Dave.
Oh, what's up, Dave? I was like, Dave, what's up, bro? How you been, man?
I remember these days when I waited in the waiting room for like 50 years. But yeah,
well, I didn't know. I was like, what's he? I thought he was giving me a book. Dave's in the waiting room. What? I never heard of that book before.
I love the flat earther guys. I do.
Aren't they fun?
They're entertaining. They really are. I had questions for Mitch, and he just bolted.
He's still here. He's still probably just doing.
Oh, he did the hiding thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I just trying to save bandwidth. I know you're in New York City, with thousands, million other people on the internet at the same time.
My one major question is the virus and how these guys are trying to they're trying to justify an 18-month, whatever they want to call this, shutdown, lockdown, slow down, whatever, and saying that it might be around. My understanding is that the virus, not that it can't, I don't like the word survive, that it can't exist in warmer temperatures, but it exists for shorter periods of time in warmer temperatures. I would assume that in the spring and in the summer, that would be the easier time for this thing to dissipate. I don't know.
It might not be that easy.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
First of all,
kind of like Biden.
Looking at the history of the Spanish flu. And
right.
So I'm using the word Spanish flu. That's how I know it. And I know it's really the Kansas flu.
Okay.
But, we go back to that one. My grandmother lost, I think, 3 or 4 siblings to it.
Okay.
This one started in the same month that the Spanish flu did. It's doubles over twice as fast as the Spanish flu did. And the Spanish flu didn't peak until October. So we really aren't looking at going back to normal life before Christmas.
Okay.
And that might be next Christmas. And I don't know how people in California are going to get through it. Or not California, but New York City. I have a friend that's there now, and I was trying to tell her that she needs to learn how to garden inside. Chances are you're going to be on government rations. There's just so many people there, and they're not going to be relocating people out of New York City. You're deemed an important job because of the post office.
Yep.
So
I have to carry this thing around all the time.
Yeah. So, it's a real tough call, but I think we're in this for 2 years.
Okay.
The person I would have asked just died.
Okay.
And we worked together on a project with somebody in Italy who is a molecular biologist. And that means that they study changes in the DNA. And she's in northern Italy. She's 62 years old. She doesn't think her odds are very good. And basically, she just sent us an email that said, I pray for you, and that's it. So we don't know what that means.
Well, this is my ultimate fear, being stuck on an island and not really being able to get out. Because I don't think the bridges and the tunnels and everything else are going to, and my mom is also not necessarily well, and I would like to visit her before the end. And I don't know if that's going to be possible.
Where is she?
She's in Virginia. So, yeah. So driving through not only New York City, but DC, I don't think that's possible right now.
Driving through might be. I don't know. Okay, do they let you drive between states out there right now?
Right now, I mean, supposedly they are restricting travel as of Sunday. I don't know. I haven't tried to get off the island. I haven't tried to, use the tolls right now. I'm afraid that if I do that, I'm not going to be able to get back.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. And I don't know. I mean, you have life and you have things that you want to do, and you have things places you want to go. And you also, as you mentioned, have food. My other question is, what are they going to do with the homeless population in California and in New York? Because that is, I mean, even if you don't care about those people, that's a massive problem.
That's a major concern. I don't think you will see them, and I don't mean that as a happy situation.
I know.
There will not be homeless on the streets.
Right.
What they do with them, I have no idea.
Yep.
Well, Gavin Newsom in California, and only because it would spread the virus. I mean, when I was living there, and for decades or years, you've had tons of homeless everywhere. New York, I mean, major cities, and then wherever sadly they're everywhere. And when I was younger and I had hard times, I was in that spot. But right now, they can't afford for them to be on the street.
Right.
They don't want the risk of them being on the street. So now, all of a sudden, they're important, which is sad. Now all of a sudden UBI makes sense. Now all of a sudden Medicare for all makes sense. Now all of a sudden, let's just fucking not worry about any wars right now because the pandemic's here. It's like this couldn't be the greatest example of why we need what we've been asking for over 50 years, since the Poor People's March with Martin Luther King, and probably even before that, right? We need all these fucking services. We've always need this type of socialism, because everybody's heard it, and you've seen it on Jimmy Dore and all these other shows. The corporate socialism is just fucking the capital. It's like capitalism has nothing to do with benefiting anybody but the 1%. Yeah, everybody knows that. We agree. But at the same time, the largest socialistic program that's out there that nobody fucking talks about is that the subsidies, the tax loopholes, everything that we give these large corporations. And it's been happening like this forever. And now they're in bad situations. In the beginning of my show, I was talking about this. They've got their hands up. They get lobbyists attacking fucking Congress. They don't care if they get a fucking flu or what. They don't give a shit. Their hands are out trying to get money for the airlines, trying to get money for this industry, that industry, the industries that are getting hurt the most. right? And the thing is we don't know what they're going to do with the money. You don't have a fucking guarantee. You can't put a legal stipulation that, well, you know what, we're going to bail you out with $1 trillion, and you've got to make sure that you're not going to do any corporate buybacks. We're going to make sure that you're not going to fucking take that money and give your CEOs 80% of the fucking money. There's no fucking guarantees. And the only and Trump, which you guys know, just gave without blinking an eye, they gave these giant corporations $2.2 million without hesitation. And now they're fucking battling back and forth on what to give us. And in the beginning of my show, and I've said this a few times in some of my shows, there should not be a number. There in no way, shape, or form, the health of the people of this country come fucking first. And making sure that everybody has a check, everybody has money, everybody has the services, everybody can be taken care of, the masks, the ventilators, everything should be priority number fucking one. And I'm watching this fucking fucked up task force, this fucking terrible task force, the TTF I call it, right? They're just terrible. They've been fumbling around since day one, and they keep painting. It's the funniest thing. Oh, we're doing a great job. Everything great. You know, and Pence comes on. Oh, I just want to say that this guy over here and this group over here and everybody's doing this great. Everybody's working great and everybody's fantastic. They keep selling it like they're doing something, and nothing's happening.
Well,
not a fucking thing is happening.
There are things that are happening. It's disaster capitalism, and by the way,
yeah,
what you described them bailing out corporations. That was possible because of what happened in 2008 and what Obama set up with too big to fail with the banks, and Trump took advantage with that. So, and
okay.
I would say that in a real system, in a normal system, the airlines that are designed to survive will survive. The airlines that did not manage themselves properly would not survive.
Yeah.
And would not, and yes, should there be in certain circumstances possibly a little bit of disaster relief? Yeah, but there is no such thing as a business being too big to fail. I don't care. Amazon, any of these companies.
Whoever made up that term, right? Exactly. They're just too. They're not too big to fail.
And watch for it. Disaster capitalism. Honeywell is going to explode because they're the ones that primarily, to my knowledge, they're the ones that are supplying the masks. So, and my understanding is the masks don't really do much in terms of protecting yourself from this thing. And also, from what I understand, and Mitch, please, enlighten me if I'm wrong, soap is the best thing to use to break this virus down in case people cough near you or whatever, instead of alcohol, because it breaks down the virus.
Yeah.
On the skin.
Okay. I've watched the cartoons. I've watched everything about it. Now, as far as I know, soap cleans plates and dirt off your hands. So are you just washing? I mean, it's not literally killing the virus, or is it just getting it off you?
The virus isn't alive, from my understanding. It's breaking down the structure of the virus itself.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean,
snort.
Yeah.
What do you mean? So it's.
Did both of you guys play Tetris?
Checkers, yeah.
Tetris. Yeah.
Oh, I love Tetris. Yes, I used to kick ass at Tetris.
Biology is like Tetris. The DNA molecule itself is a game of Tetris. Think of it as your things normally falling down.
Right.
Think of the DNA as it's wrapped up as just a great big row of Tetris, and you're looking for things with the right shapes to fall in the right parts of the DNA. So the soap basically removes little parts in the surface of the virus.
So
Just like it cleans off the junk off of the top of your plate, it cleans off the little phosphids, I believe is what they
so
said.
it turns the square peg into a round peg.
Yeah.
Therefore,
it removes the extra piece you need to make the
so it can't
Tetris roll
adhere.
disappear.
Okay. That's amazing. Soap is amazing. That's why I got bars of Dial soap. It's good stuff to have.
Now, my question has always been, are there certain soaps that are more effective?
Yeah.
I'm going to write them down. Go ahead.
I think they said Dove.
Really?
Okay. Dial? I thought Dial was good. Dial?
They're probably close to the same.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty similar. Dial and Dove.
Whatever's good for washing your plates, the really greasy ones, is going to be good for taking out the COVID.
I heard there's one dish soap that's like really, really going off the shelves. And I don't really understand the whole toilet paper thing, but
I don't either. I'm like, okay, I gotta show you this video, guys. There's this fucking chick. Just keep talking, I'll find it. But there's this chick at a Dollar Tree or whatever. We don't have them in California. I don't have them in California. They're out here, right? Not Dollar Tree, but
they're all the Dollar General, Dollar Tree.
Dollar General, Dollar, they're saying whatever. And she went in and bought all the fucking toilet paper. Snork put this out on his Twitter. She bought like 12 cases of fucking toilet paper. This other lady was fucking filming her saying, what are you doing? How do you feel about yourself? Trying to make her feel guilty. She goes, oh, fuck you. I don't give a shit. And then at the end, she goes, and you're probably a Trump fan. She goes, Trump, Trump, go Trump. And I'm just like, yeah, you fucking Democrat. Blaming it on Trump, probably. Blaming it on Trump. Could you just see that? Yeah. I gotta find that fucking video. That was amazing. It's just. So what is so people are saying you got to stay in your house. You got to do this. I mean, we've got. I don't know if you remember, Snark, if you were ever down in the basement, but I cleaned out. We have a stand-up freezer. I think it's about 20 to 30 cubic feet. I mean, the fucking thing is ginormous. And I was able to clean it out enough to where there's at least 10 cubic feet in there. And I bought a bunch of, frozen stuff and blah, 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 blah. So I'm okay. But I think they'll get a better handle on picking up food from the grocery store in the way that we were talking about. And I'm going to say online orders only. You pick it up. It'll be brought out to you. No contact with anybody. It'll be wrapped and packed, to the specified order. You just check off your list of the inventory, then you leave. And that's probably the best way to go. But like I keep telling everybody, drive-through is fucking stupid. Right? That's like automatic spread. It's just terrible.
Well, I think if they just threw it at you and you didn't take your card, that would be okay.
That would be better if they could just throw the fucking French fries at me. I'll catch them with my mouth, bro.
Or they just put a table out there. They put it on the table. You grab it off the table.
I'll just grab it out. I found the video. Here it comes.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a second.
I'm gonna play this video.
Make sure you
go F myself and mind my own effing business.
Hold on. Right. I'm gonna play this video. Let me just open it up. Oh wait, that's too big. Hold on. You gotta see this. Dave, it's gonna be on YouTube. We won't see it on here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm gonna play it real quick. It's fucking amazing.
Who just bought the...
Ready? Here we go. Come on. Go, go. Oh, no. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Why is this doing this? Hang on.
Just bought the entire store of paper towels, toilet paper, so that nobody else can have any. It's really lovely. And I wish I had gotten her earlier when she was telling me to go F myself and mind my own effing business. But now she's being all calm because she knows she's going to be on everywhere.
This idiot didn't get her plate. She didn't get her fucking plate.
Yeah, this is nice.
Right? Watch this.
Oh, it's gonna go viral. Too bad I didn't get her when she was freaking out and yelling at me.
Why didn't you video inside the store? They sold it to me.
Yeah, I see that. It shouldn't be allowed though.
So quickly, they don't allow that anymore. I was actually at Walmart,
Right.
and I grabbed 8 just hand paper, not toilet paper. It was all they had. They were like 88 cents a roll or something.
Uh-huh.
And I walk up, and she goes, "Oh, you're only allowed 1 roll." I go, "Okay." I felt bad right there. I'm like, I'm not hoarding. I only took 8 rolls. There was nothing left. That's like there was like a box and a half left, right? And I took like a quarter of the box that was left of the open box, and there still was another box that I could see.
Right.
But I felt really guilty because she got like put me on the spot. I'm like, no. I'm not the whore. I'm not. No, I'm just. I had like 6 rolls. I think it was only 6 rolls, right? But it's like fuck.
That's like one pack of.
I hope you're not.
What?
The thing is, you know, being a green guy, this is going to force people to conserve.
Oh, totally.
I'm gonna go sell it to other people.
When it comes to the end, I'm gonna get to this.
I bet you she likes Donald Trump too.
Donald Trump, go Donald Trump!
I knew it, honey. I knew it.
You coming back?
I knew it. I had you pegged right away. I had you pegged. I'm pathetic. I did not buy the entire Dollar Tree.
Yeah, I don't believe she's a Trump fan. And who knows? It doesn't matter, but this is the kind of scare that's out there. Now I can't fucking get out of this thing. No, this is just fucking ridiculous, dude. I'm in Walmart, and I can tell the people. There are some people just going through buying groceries. And then there's people that are like cutting me off, cutting this person off, getting over here, trying to grab that. It's like, fuck. It's like the fire, like the building was on fire. And I just wanted to walk up and go, no. Just, it's okay. Just relax. No. Just full panic mode. And you can sense the anxiety. You can sense frustration, anger, and confusion. It's just fucking everywhere.
Right.
And it shows how fragile we are,
and how easily manipulated we are.
Oh yeah, that's
the second we hear that there's some kind of emergency. First off, we immediately agree. Yeah, we agree that it's an emergency, and we immediately go to the store and start trying to wipe it out. And by the way, who the hell knows what she was doing? She could have been doing that for a homeless shelter. She could have been doing it for a school. Who the hell knows?
Yeah,
she could have been doing it for herself.
Exactly. She could have been doing that for fucking a school, church, or fucking or maybe a club or old folks home or something.
Who knows?
Yeah, who fucking knows? She doesn't have a right. She doesn't have to fucking tell anybody. But in this particular situation, grabbing that much, it's just not helpful for anybody. I hope. Now I don't. You're in the state of New York because you're Sioux folk, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So I think that your governor is doing the smart thing, dude. I gotta tell you, and you know what? I've got to show you this. This fucking dude is the dumbest motherfucker.
And by the way,
yeah.
I give credit where credit is due. You know that I'm an equal opportunity offender when it comes to politicians. Gavin Newsom actually is trying to do the right thing when it comes to the homeless. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, I get it. I like that, but for all these things to happen and them to even look at these issues and these systems and these processes of socialism that we've been asking for, it's sad that it's taking something of this caliber to get them to even look in that direction. That's the saddest part. And let me play this fucking numbskull. This is fucking hilarious. Let's see if I can get him. Let me see. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Here he comes. You'll be able to listen to it at least. That's not him. That's some doctor dude or whatever. He'll come on.
And reduce it to a stream if 90% of us can do that. It's our time to be West Virginia strong, and I'm very proud to be a citizen of this state, and a citizen that is led by Governor Jim Justice. It is our time. Governor.
Doctor, thank you. And again, thank all of you that are out there that are concerned, especially all of our medical and healthcare communities and all that you're doing for us in every way, shape, form, or fashion. I thank all of you for being with me on Saturday night. You know, to just tell it like it is, in many ways, I was really hesitant to come to you. But I've said this before, don't panic and be cautious and don't be afraid, but be smart. I was afraid not to come to you. And the reason I was afraid not to come to you is because I know what'll happen. I know exactly what'll happen.
They gotta come to my house.
Hold on.
You honored me with this job to do my job and to do the job that you needed me to do. I needed to be with you tonight. We're doing good work, but we've got a lot still we can do. In many ways, I've got to just tell you just this. I really don't know where this is all going to come out. I pray with all in me for all of our people that the minimum exposure will happen to us and the minimum number of casualties will happen to us as a nation in every way, shape, form, or fashion. But none of us really know. Let's just tell the truth. You see, I'm always hung up on the truth. None of us really know what the outcomes will be. But I can tell you this. I can tell you without any question whatsoever that I love West Virginia and love its people, you know, more than in many ways good sense could ever be. I know without any question whatsoever that there may be someone out there that loves West Virginia and loves our people as much as me, but nobody could love it more. I also know that if I had waited, many more would have died. And I also know that if you'll join me right now, that many more will live. God bless you, and thank you so much for having me. And God bless this wonderful state and this wonderful nation. Thank you.
He's an idiot. I mean, this isn't, he's going through the motions and reading something. And this isn't the part that I actually wanted to show. The one that I wanted to show is, I think, the beginning of it. Hang on.
Where he told people to go to Bob Evans.
Right? Well, that was it.
Look rather at where New York is today.
Oh, okay.
Think about where New York was roughly 10 days ago. Roughly 10 days ago, if you take New York's total population of 20 million, compared to ours slightly under 2 million, 1/10 the size of New York, and you look at our confirmed cases today of 12, and you look at where New York was 10 days ago, the numbers, if you were to multiply by a multiplier of 10, the numbers are not much different than where we are today. With that being said, what I mean is New York didn't have a whole lot more than 120 confirmed cases 10 days ago. And today, with us with 12, it almost aligns perfectly. The big $64 question is just this. We don't want to end up 10 days from today where New York is today. So with that being said, I give you one other thing to think about, and that is just simply just this. The president, all the king's horses and all the king's men had to know of an incredible financial meltdown that would happen within our country if we took all these unprecedented steps that we're taking. And so they had to know that there was a wave coming, a potential wave that could be absolutely so destructive it's unbelievable.
You guys got to see on the side it says beans, 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 farts. Yes. Are you reading the fucking chat?
I tried. There was something blocking it. I don't know what it was.
We want beans. We want beans. There's like an underlining something about him where he farts a lot or something. He's got gas, brains, standing, just fucking just they're hammering this guy in the chat. Like so fucking funny.
He lost me when he said he's hung up on the truth.
Yeah, and I don't even know if you use a multiplier by 10, I think if you use to the 10th power, that's like a fucking bazillion.
Yeah.
Am I correct, Snork, to say that's probably? I mean,
you multiply the multiplier, yeah.
I don't think his math is right. Just by me saying. Did you hear his math?
I wasn't.
Okay, well,
paying attention. Yeah, don't pay
it's
attention.
just wrong.
It'll make you hurt.
I'm not. I barely made it through fucking
algebra. Here's the real truth.
But he's a fucking idiot. He's
right.
I'm listening to this guy. I mean, I'm hearing eloquent and very fucking informative and clear and concise governors all over the country talk, right? And I'm not saying I'm like that, but this guy runs this fucking state, and he's like, I don't know if I think he's truly related to fucking Forrest Gump. I really believe if Forrest Gump happened and got older, that would be Forrest Gump. I mean, it's just an amazing.
Here's the real truth. If the real numbers are 5 times as many as what it is, what is showing right now, let it be that, and let us get the testing kits and test people so that they can be isolated and we can deal with it. The whole fear factor is we don't know who's infected. Who knows? If you cough by somebody, oh my God, you could be infected. Let's get people tested.
This is our biggest. This is what China's saying exactly. This is what other countries are telling us, is that you need to test as many people as possible. Because all that Trump is saying right now is that if you feel sick or if you got any of the symptoms, then get tested. Snork, what is your synopsis on this? I mean, how would you categorize what they're doing? Do you think it's just fucking insano, or do you think should everybody eventually get tested?
No.
So who should get tested?
If you think you've got the symptoms, you should get tested.
That's it?
If you're a wealthy celebrity, you should not be getting tested right now.
Okay,
well, I would assume the essential employees, those people who are actually working, those people who are actually out, in contact with people,
absolutely.
You should be
I was
tested.
Just going to say,
especially if you have symptoms.
Yeah. So if I think people that are going to be out and about, because obviously at some point this state, hopefully soon, will stop doing fucking drive-through, right? And the people that are actually in contact with people more than others should be tested regularly.
Yeah. So like if you're a delivery person, it takes 45 minutes for the new test.
Is that confirmed?
You should get tested before you do a delivery, and you should get paid for that waiting time.
Right.
Is that confirmed? That could actually happen 45 minutes?
If you're a fat old man sitting in a basement and you haven't been outside, you shouldn't be getting tested.
Yeah, James. I was just saying.
He's upstairs. I'm downstairs.
Okay.
You're supposed to say, I'm upstairs. I'm the upstairs fat old guy, and he's the downstairs fat old guy.
Let's keep this in perspective.
Right.
Letter carriers, they deliver to, on average, 400 houses a day.
Whoa, shit.
So do the math there. Let's multiply the multiplier there. you could be in contact with however many people that is, and you're walking by people the whole thing.
Yeah.
So those guys absolutely should be tested.
For sure.
I don't know about, I'm in a mail plant,
For
so
sure.
who cares about I mean, we are contained, but
somewhat.
Yeah, letter carriers. Oh my God. Delivery drivers. Yeah.
You're in real estate, right? You're done. You're just not going outside anymore, right? You're in some industry where it's just not necessary or needed. Then you're not going to get tested. Only if
furniture salesman. I mean, you can buy furniture later.
Exactly. So yeah, I fully agree. Anybody out there that is going to be still in the masses, mingling, or it's part of their job that they have to do. And I'm talking. I mean, I feel for the grocery store people. I fucking really do.
Right.
It's like they're looking at me. I'm at Walmart looking at this lady, and she's looking at me like, I'm gonna die. I just know I'm gonna fucking die. Because she's constantly with people in front of her, like this far away. This far away. 3 or 4 feet away. It's just that kind of they call it social distancing.
Right.
But what it should be is physical distancing.
I don't like the word physical.
Yeah, physical distancing is a smarter way for people to really understand what's happening. Because social distancing is like, what does that mean? It's like, I shouldn't socially talk to you if you're socially, but the distance is what it is. So Snork, 6 feet, or I gotta show you guys this other video. It's fucking hilarious. This guy does this redneck video. He's got this full hazmat suit on. He's got Pepsi bottles sticking out where he's got I don't know if you see it.
I've got a guy like that.
Yeah, and he's got this pole, this like 6-foot pole, and he goes, I got this pole. If you get too close to this damn pole, I'm gonna poke you with it. Don't get too close to the damn pole.
Right.
What's the distance? What do you think's I mean, no contact, but if you have to be out there, what's your distance?
7 feet 3 inches.
What?
And
meters.
Well, on top of that,
he said 7 foot 3 inches. Why the additional 3, Snork?
Some people's nose is longer than others.
Oh, but they're saying 6, right? Is that the national average, 6 feet?
No, that was a mistranslation. In Europe, it's 2 meters.
Because their noses are bigger.
No.
Oh, 2 meters.
2 meters is not 6 feet.
Oh.
It's 6 feet 8 inches.
Is 2 meters.
Yeah.
On top of that, you touch surfaces, whatever.
Oh yeah.
That whole thing. Now, I went to the store and I looked at the deli counter, and the deli counter was crazy, number one. And number two, I'm like, I don't think I'm going to go over there, because the deli counter is probably dangerous as hell, because you got all sorts of people going over there. God knows what's, and you've got the glass and the metal and the whole thing. And God,
Sorry, Garden's been in there. Sorry, Garden. How long has Garden been there?
I don't know. He's pretty orange.
6 feet 8 inches. That's how long he's been there.
That's Garden's impression of Donald Trump.
Check.
Did TYT let you off tonight?
Clear copy.
No, man. In fact, have you guys heard about TYT's latest fundraising effort? It's TYT Go.
Yeah.
Look, Cenk blew all of his money on that fucked up run, and he did a bunch of other shit. And look, how far are you guys willing to go? I'm willing to go all the way. I'm ready to steal.
Looting. I'll be looting soon, bro. I'm pretty fast for big fat fucker.
How much toilet paper are you willing to donate to Cenk? Because he really truly is full of shit. So
exactly.
How much,
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable. What a mess that run was.
Yeah, that was pathetic.
Did
I live in
Did Danielle St. John get more votes than him? I don't think she's even in his district.
I don't know.
Is she running again?
Got like 5%.
No, she's not even running, and,
No.
and she got more votes than him in his district. I'm just saying.
Well, you know, you knew it was over when he's putting out videos where he's standing in someone's dirty living room, right? Screaming, fuck. They're going to say, what the fuck? Cenk won? What the fuck? And he's sitting there screaming this in someone's living room with 5 people watching, you know, 5 people in the living room.
He got kicked out of a plane. Did you hear about that? He got kicked off.
Oh, yeah, I saw that live years ago. I watched that live.
Oh, okay.
Flipped on, and there was a stream, and I was like, what the hell's going on? He's screaming. Where the fuck's the plane? Where the fuck's the plane?
This has been so retarded. This has been the most retarded fucking voting political campaignishness I've fucking, like I was saying, Trump is just going to just go, like I said earlier in my show, I go, all he needs to do when he walks up on the stage and he's going to go, so why do you think you should be president, Donald? And he's going to, Mr. President, he's going to go, have you seen what these fucking idiots have been doing to themselves and everybody else? Have you been paying attention? They've been fucking tripping, fucking stepping over their own dicks for the past fucking 5-6 years.
Well, now we've got a dynamic where not only centrists, you know, upper middle class and higher centrists, I should say, and also people on the farther left end of the spectrum, both feel that they would be better off if Trump got 8 years. Because they would rather, you know, wait like centrists, many centrist Democrats would rather wait 4 years and 8 to have another shot at a progressive.
Right.
You know, they don't want to fight an incumbent Democratic centrist.
Right.
And then on the other side of the spectrum, people that are closer to where we're at, or you know, where we're at, feel the same way. You know, they don't want to wait 8 years to have another shot at, you know, what they want. They would rather do it in 4. So Trump's getting in. You know, the Democratic Party is fucked up again and played these games and ignored the will of its base.
Don't you think that Biden was coronated the moment? Well, I saw it the third debate when everybody said, you know, everybody running, and there were like 12 candidates at that time, were like, we need to stay united, we. And then Biden said, I will be your president. I knew that he was going to be the guy, you know, for whatever. And anyone thinking that anybody was going to like stray and run independent or really challenge him, I don't know if those people are paying attention.
Well, that's what I'm so confused about Tulsi supporters who are now condemning her for supporting the nominee.
Right.
I mean, that's what she said she would do all along.
Right.
You know, if you didn't like it, you shouldn't have supported her to begin with. I mean, she's been saying that since day one.
And you're welcome, because I didn't, because I knew exactly what was going to happen. It was going to be Bernie all over again.
Fall in line. It's been a
yeah. I mean, I liked a lot of the things Tulsi had to say, and in a sense, I supported her. But if by some miracle she would have got the nomination, I wouldn't have voted for her. Yeah. She's a Democrat. I haven't seen the type of reforms in the party that I want.
And
that's all there is to it.
Yeah, I've been skeptical, but at the same time, I've got this like feeling that I feel like I've been tricked again, like and again, to where I'm hearing it, they're selling it, I'm buying it, and then the next thing you know, I open up the package, and fucking it's Kia missing every fucking furniture piece that I need to put the fucking chair together. It's just not there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the best way I can put it is you take it home, you've got it's in the box, but next thing you know, they left out the screws, the most important thing, right? They left out, the back of the chair, and you're fucked. It's like I keep buying the same fucking product from the same fucking place and getting the same fucking result. So, I mean, I need to learn my lesson, but this is why I went green, right? This is why I went green, but don't get me started on the greens, guys. It's just a fucking menagerie.
You know how I feel
Oh
about
my
it.
God,
I feel like I already got sold the chair and I already got out. So
oh my God, yeah, we were in the same. I was there. I was a for Orange County, which has 5 million people. I was I was in this fucking legislative whatever body thingamajig, and then I was a media committee member, and all this other shit. And then I was trying to help these guys, and they kept going in these like 1970s directions, and they didn't want to come on Zoom because for some reason they couldn't understand it, and it was just it turned into such a nightmare that I was just like, you know what, fuck, I'm out of here. I'm going to West Virginia and marry somebody. I'm out of here.
Well, Sanders
somebody.
Sanders had 4 years to build some kind of coalition.
Right.
He had 4 years to do it. He squandered it with nonsense. We can get into Russiagate and all the other stuff that he did, but it's a wasted 4 years. We're right back where we were in 2016, if not in a worse position.
Oh, I fully agree. We're in a much worse position. We've given this guy since Stormy Daniels, since Russiagate and the impeachment, he's just going like this. It's the guy needs a neck brace of titanium now. You've inflated this man's head to the point to where, I mean, if he's the centerpiece of narcissism, right? Which is par for the course. He's a spoiled brat, been that way since day one. But it's in the bag. It's fucking in the bag because all he has to do, like I said, is just point. Look, all these fucking idiots, they fucking tried to take me down. They tried to do this. But look who's standing. And look at these guys are still fucking stumbling over each
and
other.
Look who gave you $2,000.
Well, yeah.
Right? I mean, give me a break. And look at my opponent. He's like, not in that great of a shape. I mean, Biden is. I had a great uncle, and I've heard many other people say things like this. I had a great uncle who suffered from dementia, and you saw the same thing, the flashes of temper, and then the states of like semi-confusion mixed with periods of lucidity.
Doesn't it remind you a little
Snork, you're
bit?
muted.
Snarky muted.
Doesn't it remind you a little bit of McCain versus Obama?
Yeah, a little bit, except worse.
Well, yeah. McCain the biggest problem for McCain was he couldn't fucking raise his arms. It just used to drive me crazy. I was like, oh, that used to irk me.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I went through it with my father for 3 years. I would say exactly the mannerisms that my father had weeks before I had to put him in for psychiatric evaluation. Yeah. And that's where I think Biden is right now.
I think he's getting tested like thoroughly back and forth. It's like we've been witnessing it happening in real time. I mean, the last thing he did was he did some kind of public service announcement. See, I'm fucking up already. On, I think the day after their debate in regards to the preparation coronavirus and stuff like that. And in that, at the end or some point in there, he kind of lost himself and stopped talking. And he was just standing there like this. He just stared. And then his wife comes up and goes, oh, hey, honey, like rescued him out of nowhere. And that went all over the place. So, yes, of course. So if you're any fucking, you don't even have to be Donald Trump. You could be fucking Ben Carlson. You could be Ted Cruz. You could be fucking whoever they tried to set up prior to be the guy running against Biden. You're going to beat the shit out of him in any debate, right? It's The Democrats have completely and absolutely embarrassed themselves and shamed everybody.
Actually,
It's been
no,
embarrassing,
because
not just for them, but
right,
for us as a country.
they're doing exactly what they designed. That this was designed to be this way. I really truly think so. I also think that Biden had a couple of safety valves in case he completely collapsed early, so they had to get somebody else. I think that's why Bloomberg was running and Steyer was running and all of these guys. So
Bloomberg dumped all that cash in the election. You could tell from day one. A lot of people were like, "Oh, Bloomberg is going to buy the election." I'm like, he doesn't want to be the president.
no,
You know, like he was doing kind of what Trump did back in the day, except on a higher level, really. Like, you know, Trump didn't really want to be president at first either, according to reports. And he kind of did that as a PR stunt, and it just kind of snowballed. And
right.
pretty soon he was president. When he walked out that night to accept, like, he and his family looked like they had been sentenced to death. They were just, they were like,
They
all
were
right.
dumbfounded. I remember that. I totally remember that. I totally remember that look on their faces, like, what just happened?
Yeah. And then, you know, but Bloomberg wanted to buy influence.
Right.
You know, so, I mean, he didn't want to be president.
But they
just, there were several reasons. I guess the
Yeah.
point I'm getting at, Dave, is there are several reasons. It wasn't just keeping Bernie out of the race or
no, I'm not
whatever.
even saying
Bloomberg had his own reasons for
right.
doing that.
I think that they wanted a legitimate safety valve to run, not to win, to run. They wanted somebody to run against Trump. I don't think anybody thought that they want the system to be the way it is, 8 and out. They want Trump to have eight years at this point.
That has to be the only fucking reason. That has to be the only, and that has popped in my head ever since this whole Iowa thing started. I'm like, Bernie, how did you not learn a fucking thing?
Bernie's reforms would cost them billions in capital. Billions and billions. Yeah, they don't want that.
I mentioned that. I totally mentioned that. I said, a lot of people are going to suffer that have been getting gazillions of dollars for a long fucking time. This is going to untrickle down, reverse, if any of fucking Bernie shit, any of his proposals or his platform, just a third of it comes into play. There are a lot of very powerful people that are like, fuck no, I'll do whatever it takes. You know, there's like no fucking way. It's just that was, and he's saying, well, is it too radical? Is it too radical? Well, not to us, because yeah, sure, we fucking love that. But these guys have been fucking pulling the fucking marionette strings for fucking a long time. They're not just gonna lay down and walk away. Bernie's in. Yeah, we're good. We're done. We made all our money. Fuck no.
Up until the past couple of weeks, I always kind of thought of Sanders as a pretty honest actor who was just, you know, bad at politicking and had just spent too long being beaten down. So he felt that he had to work with whoever would work with him.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm not saying he was completely, you know, unself-interested, but I always thought he kind of wanted to do this. Over the past couple of weeks, though, I don't know. I've shifted my perspective, and I see him less of an honest actor and more of somebody who's willingly playing along with these games.
He's been willingly playing along since the early 90s.
Yeah. You know, his vote record is not what some people want it to be.
Right.
That's for sure.
Yeah, he's not the.
But I never saw him as just an opportunist, really. You know, I saw him as someone who was involved in government because, you know, that's his job and he, you know, wants to do these reforms and what have you. But
I think he just did it to get an interview with Cardi B. those interviews.
That music that he's been playing in his events is horrible.
I know. Did you guys see the fucking? I don't know what that band was. It wasn't a band. It was just a rap group in L.A. I mean, they came out with blue colors on because they're LA, right? And New York is red because there's the Crips and the Bloods. And I'm like, I'm telling Stevie, I'm going,
someone's gonna get shot.
Yeah, somebody's fucking Tupac. I see a Tupac moment coming up right now, right?
Stevie's getting out the popcorn.
No, she's like, what do you mean? I go, honey, I lived in LA. I'm telling you, I've seen the shit. It's not good. You got if you're playing basketball and you're wearing the wrong colors in Compton or fucking Watts, just be careful. And I've been
right.
But the thing that I've been pointing out from the very beginning was, so Bernie, you do know that the DNC the fraud lawsuit by the Becks was to help you, right? No, he never fucking acknowledged that, right? You do know that they said that they can do whatever they want whenever they want, and nobody ever got spanked or sent to jail or fined. People actually got raises, they got promotions. People went diagonally up the ladder in so many different directions. Nothing fucking happened. So what makes you think that you were going to walk into Iowa and nothing was going to happen? And I'm like, why didn't you have a task force? Why didn't you have fucking people in place giving you the information that your voters need to cast the votes properly, to do the things you need? Set up, put up the, make it transparent on the fact that Butt Gig or Puppet Pete, I used to call him, right? That Puppet Pete invested like $20,000 or $40,000 in the Shadow app, and his aunt or his uncle, his friends were all a part of fucking this and that and all this. I mean, how would you not have? And I gotta say it, be more prepared in this go around that all this was just not going to happen.
Listen to Tom Lehrer. Be prepared.
Yeah, but I'm dumbfounded that he's that stupid. But then you have to see who his campaign manager was. And his campaign manager is Faiz Shakir. Faiz Shakir used to work with and for Nancy Pelosi, Harry Reid, John Kerry. These are fucking people that want Bernie gone and dead.
Well, and he put Jeff Weaver in there again.
Yeah.
You know, half your staff quit last time.
Right.
When you put him in. I mean, if there was one poster boy for Bernie's shift from, you know, like radical outsider or whatever, independent outsider, like to like party lapdog, if there's one person that symbolizes that, it's Jeff Weaver.
Oh yeah.
You know, and you put him in control. What was that? I forget whether they were calling him a Russian asset or something a couple of months ago, but he put Jeff Weaver out on point on that. Again, I was like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, give me a break. I knew he was still involved with the campaign, but like, you're still putting him out there like that. I mean, how much control does this guy have over the way your campaign is run?
You know, Senator Sanders has been in this game for decades.
He should know.
Decades.
He should know.
That's the point, though. He does know. He's playing. He's getting people invested. And I got skewered for this. If you look at WikiLeaks and you look at some of the things, he's playing the political game. He's not playing to win. He's playing to be a part of it. That is my argument. He's not playing to win. If he was playing to win, I would agree with you. He would be really, really foolish.
So the Pied Piper still exists.
Oh yeah, I never thought he was playing to win necessarily, but I thought that at least he was playing to lose in order to further reform. And now I even doubt that.
Yeah.
I think he's just in there to help beat Trump at this point, and that's it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what sealed it for me was Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard sealed it.
The way he left her to die like that.
I know, right?
Bullets 24/7.
Yeah, it's like, hello, this chick fucking left the chair for you, did all this other shit for you. You haven't mentioned her. It's Women's fucking Day. How many people are in the race? They both said it several times. These fucking narcissistic fucks are out on the stage while she's still busting her ass going town to town to town to town to town, and they didn't mention her at all. I see Joe not doing it, but for Bernie not to say anything.
Yeah,
Well,
it's too much, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's just way too much.
I'm curious to know where Tulsi goes. I'm curious to know, what lobbying job she gets, or what, what company she's going to work for, or
Okay, so
who she's going to campaign for.
okay, let's just say now we're at this point, guys. Biden, obviously, there's something wrong with this fucker. There's just no doubt about it. This fact, some upstairs definitely left the fucking building like Elvis back in the 70s, right? So, play the music. Elvis has left the building, So, with that being the case, who is going to be the actual nominee? If
Who's going to be the nominee? Biden.
If Biden can't perform the duties for the Democratic Party, if he's that far fucking gone, which could be the case. I mean, he's been gone since the 6th day now.
He has the best doctors and whatever in the world, man.
Okay,
They'll carry him
let's
through.
just say hypothetically. Let's just say who's the go-to? I have, and who did he say?
Elizabeth Warren. That's my guess for VP.
Okay. What if it was Tulsi? What if this is just a theory? Because I'm Polynesian, and I've got a little thing for her, right? And fucking Stevie goes, "Do you have to fucking watch her all the time? You watch her all the time." I said, she's Polynesian.
Oh.
What do you fucking? I mean, she's from Hawaii, right? That's a place I love. But anyway, so if
not going to be Tulsi Gabbard, dude.
Okay, but let's just say. Okay. Am I just? I'm way out of. I'm way off. Okay. All right. Okay. So Elizabeth Warren is it, right? Who else would it be besides Elizabeth Warren? Anybody else?
Stacey Abrams. I think that's my thought on it. Stacey Abrams or Kamala are going to be because of the corporate angle.
Snork mentioned her a while back.
Because of the corporate angle, because of the identity politics of both being African American and a woman. Kamala does have ties to Biden. We'll see. I don't think it would be her, but it could. And Stacey Abrams is a freaking fundraising machine, so we could see.
I think it would be Stacey Abrams before Kamala. Kamala's just not ready for the national stage, and she proved that over and over.
It's not going to be Warren, and it's not going to be Tulsi.
I think it might be Warren. Definitely, she has the DC connections and the drive behind her.
There is another option, since they basically had a "fuck you, we're going to put in whoever we want anyway" kind of attitude.
Yeah.
Hillary.
I can see that. I can see that.
I don't think they'll run. I think Hillary's out. I think, and one of the reasons beyond like the obvious is the fact that the people who are actually operating the mechanisms of power in the party don't want her back in and taking shit over from them.
That would be amazing, though.
I don't know that she ever gave up control.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a mafia.
That's a question.
It's a mafia.
They've been operating without money. People are not giving the Democratic Party money. They're giving it to the candidates. We have a presidential candidate with us.
And we have a presidential candidate.
How's the run going, man?
You guys got to see this kid's rants, man. They're awesome. He's blasted.
Going good. Going good. You guys hear me all right?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, man. I'm causing hell, raising hell.
There you go. Raise little hell.
Well, I mean, it all boils down to corruption. It all boils down to the same thing, the toxic, the people that are rigging things, the people that feel like that they own the process, they own the party. It's your churches, your organizations, they all operate the same way. And until we can defeat that, that I guess that natural, I don't know if it's natural or not. That's what I've been focused on is the internal politics of the party. Because if we're not, if the vibe's not right, nobody's coming to the party. Nobody's going to feel comfortable like they haven't been feeling comfortable. So it's been fun, stressful in its own way, but I've enjoyed pissing people off. That's been
Nice.
well. I mean,
that's the only reason to do it, man.
That's the fucking awesome.
Well, I mean,
and to get the word out there, but you know what I mean.
Well, that's part of my whole thing. Like, hey,
that's your MO, bro. That's your MO.
Look what I can do with not raising a dime. Look what I can destroy Hawkins' whole campaign, shut it down, just with not raising a dime. That should go a long way, but I guess it doesn't. You know what I mean? It's so weird. Like the I guess like the little tribes of the Green Party and how they treat people. It was totally different than I expected it to be. I guess like when I joined, I was expecting it to be more open and engaging and a sharing of resources in a way rather than a hoarding of resources.
Well, it seems at one point that the Greens were flooded by the social justice warrior types, and it caused a rift within the party doesn't have really a clear mission anymore. They've got all these scattered initiatives. Some are about social justice. Others are more in line with their, original platforms, and they're fighting with each other, and it's just chaos.
Well, what it is it's about control. Because the Green Party is a bunch of independent states, the federation. So all these individual states basically joined together for the GPUS, the National Party. So the National Party is the face of the party. That when people think of the Green Party, they think of Jill Stein, they think of what's coming out of the GPUS. So what they've been doing is these small centralized group have gotten a hold of the party's resources, are basically in charge of the social media and what goes out. And the only thing that they're promoting is Jill Stein stuff. Like she's on the committee of that Lisa Savage, and Lisa Savage was running as a Green, and then I guess saw that she was going to get there was more signatures that she had to get. So she went independent, ended up getting like 9,000 signatures. And then she's not even running as a Green anymore, but she's the only, Congress candidate that they're promoting on the official thing. And it's all connected to Jill Stein. So, Michael O'Neill he's the one that's their communications guy. But he's been running the Greenway Forward on Jill Stein's Facebook with David Cobb for the last few years. So that's what they've been doing. They've been using Jill Stein's because she's got 600,000 followers, but they've been sharing their content on the official GP page, because what that does is qualify their outside organizations, and that ends up directing money and energy and time, or, resources outside of the party to these people's thing. That's the whole point of what they're doing, is they're like D-list, politicians that understand the name of the game. And as long as they keep the party small, as long as they have control of the narrative, just like the establishment, then they can qualify their organizations and qualify themselves, because they're going to get money for speaking fees and traveling and all this kind of stuff. And it's just, it's a shit show, because, they want you to look like them, talk like them, get in line. And I mean, it really is a bunch. It's a bunch of older people, I guess, that are really the gatekeepers, more or less.
There was a lot of cash and effort dumped into splitting the left up this time around. You saw it in like some of the things maybe that are happening with the Green Party. I'm not sure if that was, I have to look into it to see if, I actually thought that someone was driving this split, but it definitely happened within the Democratic Party. And you saw it with several examples through this, but one of the most notable is the split between the Sanders and the Gabbard supporters. I think you'll over the next couple of months, we'll find out more about that. And we'll see that there was money dumped into splitting those two camps.
Right. Well, which is it's a weird thing. Well, first of all, with Sanders, I mean, Sanders has proven that he's not really going to stick his neck out, and he always says that he's not radical, and he's not. It just sounds radical because of our current political sphere. To me, I mean, I was through with Sanders, the last convention. That was, if you can't stand up to these people when they're cheating you and you've got the proof, when are you going to stand up to them?
Yeah, exactly. And it's, you got to wonder how much money they had to dump into splitting the camps, because Sanders' weakness facilitates a split on its own.
Oh, well, the Russia, I bring up the Russia thing. Oh, Putin, let me tell Putin's not going to be getting in. It's just, yeah, all they have to do is, and then Colin Biden, his friend, like they set him up, with this whole, I guess not to this personal attack thing. See, this is what they use in the Green Party too. So you're not allowed to challenge people's behavior and what they're doing, because what they'll do is they'll say, "Oh, you're doing a personal attack," and then they'll like ban you from even posted on these discussion pages. So it's like the people that are controlling, our discussion pages are Hawkins supporters that are openly that were even on the campaigns at some point. So. Point being is they set him up to where, he has to keep like kissing ass to these people because their deal behind the thing is that you can't go negative or whatnot. So it's
well, that thing came out recently where you found out that during the 2015 convention that Robbie Mook was writing the messaging for Sanders and distributing it to his base. He was saying things like, "Oh, we got to stay calm at the convention, guys," and blah, blah, blah. And no one knew it was Robbie Mook. They all thought it was a message from Sanders. So, I mean, those people just took over Sanders' campaign, and now the whole Sanders movement is filled with grifters and astroturfers. I mean, those are the people that are in control of what's going on over there.
And see, that's the whole thing. That's the weird part, to see the super pro Sanders, and then of course that split. I think has to do more of, I don't know if they put money into it as much as it is. It's just a conflict of interest with these ideologies. I feel like, because Tulsi was saying a lot of things what Sanders should have said, but people had their loyalty to Sanders because Sanders kind of woke them up. So it's like this. I don't know. It just, to me,
there was a genuine difference between the two of them, of course. But I'm telling you, man, you watch, like, you'll see.
I just seen more of what I'm saying is I seen like there seemed to be a little bit of a jealousy thing in the way that I saw it, in the way that some of these Bernie supporters trashed the Tulsi supporters. It was just so weird. It was just weird. It's just weird because it's like they're giving her shit for the same thing that Bernie's doing. It's like you pick your shitty candidate. Pick which candidate.
That goes to the point about the Hillary and Pelosi type people being embedded into Sanders' party. It's not a coincidence that the way that Sanders supporters were sounding this time around ended up sounding like the Hillary supporters of 2015. Your candidate should drop out. You should do this. Blah, blah. I mean, they sounded exactly the same. The Sanders supporters of this time around and the the Hillary supporters from the last time around. I mean, that's just another indication that a lot of this is central messaging.
Yeah.
Cash-driven, like, centralized messaging. And a cash-driven, centralized approach to the way you deal with opposition.
Who's pulling the strings? Let's just take a stab at it, because I still think that the Billary Mafia still has ultimate power. Right?
Well, I mean, they still got their
Sith Lords, the Sith Lords.
you go ahead.
What do you think? I'm just asking.
Nork, you wanted to say something? You were raising your hand.
No, I just gave him the host back.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Garden, who do you
Yeah,
think?
I mean, it could be like Hillary, like it could be like a quote cabal of people doing this, but you know,
like a panel of people, like a panel,
like a group of people who are interested in working together to maintain their own power.
Yeah, the lifestyles of the rich and famous, sipping champagne wishes and caviar dreams.
It's people
sitting
have
around
to
dictating what the fuck these asshole idiots do. It seems like.
Well, you have to realize. I mean, it's an ideology. It's like a headspace. You know, it's a culture. This 1%, these people of power and money and whatnot, and they are playing this game of wrestling. You know, so I mean, of course, I think that they are, you know, having their own little squabbles, but I think it's more like what is it? Trading places, Mortimer, and you know what I mean? Like they're betting $1 that they can destroy.
Yeah.
You know, then you know,
I'll bet you $1 that I can make this fucker rich and then take him down.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of how like I mean these obviously I feel like these people really are, they really feel like they're entitled to the power, really entitled to do these different things. Like, you know, it's I don't know what kind of group organization that they have, but I mean it's clear that, I mean obviously that the mess, like you say, the messaging. I mean we could see the messaging all through our movies and our entertainment, our media. So it's like the way this money's being thrown around, you're being rewarded for towing that line. So whether or not, I guess the question is, I guess it's a bunch of different questions, but is do some of these people know that they're towing the line? And
yeah, some of them do, and some of them don't. Some of them are useful idiots, and some of them like are in on it. Quote, I'd imagine it's the way it goes. So,
you guys remember? You guys remember? Okay, when Bloomberg first came on the first debate, right? He's standing there like he belongs there. He's his mannerisms was like, you can't fucking touch me. I don't care what you say to me. I'm so fucking rich. I'm so fucking influential. I'm so fucking powerful that no matter what you say, I'll just pay for it and make it go away. And this is the way the elite think. They believe, and like Chad is saying, that they're entitled. Like they're super entitled to whatever they believe, and they're that far into themselves and their world that they truly believe they rule everything.
That's their programming. So yes. I think it's important to approach it in that way, in the way that they think, because, you know, it's obviously it's not about money, because, you know, there's a lot of people that you know, not everybody's doing this predatory, you know, capitalism stuff. You know what I mean? So I do think some people don't realize, you know, of that. You know, the disconnect once you get money, or if you have money. But we do really have to think of making change too, by approaching, you know, the problem from understanding the way that they think. And that's a big thing that people don't think about. You know, that's why they can throw around money and they're like, oh, that must be a good person. You know, it's like they anybody that throws around money, they dismiss their behavior. You know, it's because it's the way that the reward system is.
You're and talking of course about the philanthropy of it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, just the way that they reward, you know, acting a fool. They reward certain things with money and attention and accolades that come with certain thing. Like there's a reason for that, because they want to, because if you start rewarding a different type of citizen, I guess, or attitude, or then their power structure, they can't use that as a way to keep their power structure.
Like the court jester. The court jester was paid and not killed because he actually performed and did what the royalty wanted him to do. So in a sense, I see Bernie as that court jester at this. I really do. I just see him. He should have that hat that has the little fucking bells on it and that points out, that curls up, dancing around.
Well, Max in the chat is asking, what is the best way to discredit the Republican Light Party, the Democrats, and the Republicans?
Well, it's being against corruption. Like you have to take the wind out of these people's sails. Like the big disconnect. First of all, we know a lot of people that voted for Trump, or some that voted for Obama. Some of them, even were voting for Bernie, and then they went the other way, as they think that Trump is the vehicle to upset the establishment. And what's happened, of course, the left has doubled down the way that we're going to go ahead and vote for Clinton. We're going to go ahead and vote for Biden. We're going to, that kind of thing where both sides never have any respect for each other. So point is to take the wind out of the sails, is to actually be against the behavior and call out the behavior. Because if the left were willing to say, give up the Clintons, willing to give up Obama and what they've done based upon their behavior, it would silence a lot of what's coming out of the conservative, because everybody's seeing the corruption on the other side better, than they're seeing it in their own house, because they're too close to it.
And if you ask me, that's the answer to the question, is that citizens' perceptions have to change. It's not a matter of what we do necessarily, or like what any one person like a Sanders or some leader does. It's going to take a fundamental shift in the way people see their government and their election systems. And it's going to have to be an organic change.
Yeah, ground up.
And that could take time. Maybe if more disasters hit, it'll take less time.
Well, but there's tons. There's more ammunition on the side of changing that perception this go round than there ever has in the last go round.
Well,
right?
And
this go round, from my perspective, is from 2016 all the way to now. You've seen nothing but the money thrown at it, the advertising, CNN, labeling and talking points, and fucking. The stupid platitudes that come out of these fuckers, and MSNBC and how they've shifted so far to the right. How could you not put those pieces together or connect those dots where you just have to say, as the U.S. voting republic, you just go, we're being played on both sides of the spectrum. How could you just not see it at this point?
Well, and see, that's the thing, is I think that the whole Russiagate thing has opened up a real door for that, because it shows the propaganda, it shows the gaslighting, it shows how they're using, the media to create this narrative of BS. Of course, with the FISA court. So there's a couple things in there where, if we call the spade a spade, it gives acknowledgement to the issue. But what happens is, like, when you're split down the middle between the left, right, whatever, and the left, quote unquote, in the two-party headspace is focused on the BS, and they're actually giving validity to Trump, because what the right conservatives or Trumpsters, whatever, are supporting or are calling out is the bullshit with the Russiagate and the bullshit, the FISA, that kind of thing. So just a couple of those things would really just take that shift. I just feel like that it's opening the eyes to the right in a way that the left has not caught up to. I mean, I feel like progressives have, real progressives, if that's what how you want to say it.
And that's James's point. I mean, that's where Sanders comes in. You know, you get these people who have this emotional attachment to Sanders, and that just in itself blinds them, and it blinded them a lot of them this election cycle. And you know, I'm not sure if they'll be able to use Sanders for that purpose a third time, but I'm sure they'll come up with yet another transformational figure who's going to lead the left into reforms and whatever. You know, I mean, that's their game. Like, that's how you keep people from seeing, is you put some kind of piñata in front of them and you have them either worship it or beat on it. Like Trump is a piñata. They spend all day beating on Trump, and 99% of those runarounds, wetting your pants about Trump, it's pointless, completely pointless. So,
and that's the whole point. Is what that's doing is, I feel like that's waking up people up on the conservatives or on that sphere. And you could see, I mean, first of all, you see it with Jimmy Dore. There's a lot of people, Trumpsters, a lot of conservatives that respect him. They may not agree with him, but they appreciate him being able to call out the BS on the left. It just takes that defense mechanism off the table, because you can respect somebody. And it's like, you see, like, a lot of libertarians, a lot of Trumpsters even respected Tulsi.
Yeah.
You know, so there's something to really to take from what we're seeing. And that's what I've this has just given me a bigger perspective, a different perspective running, because I've had to think about everybody in a different way. And it's been such a crazy experience for me. It really has.
Everybody. So here's
a lot of these Sanders people just have this top-down view of transformation, and that's just not the way it works when it comes to the kinds of reforms we're talking about. Yeah. You know, people have to be willing participants in the reforms. Therefore, the reforms have to come from them. You know, I mean, there's just no other way.
He can't just step in and, as POTUS, he's got to have a fucking House and a Senate. He can't just fucking, I mean.
Yeah, he'll just have a lame duck presidency, you know?
Exactly. You can't just step in and go, fuck, I'm going to get this and that. It's just not going to happen.
Well, yes, yeah. I mean, I agree with that, but there is the power of the pulpit. There is there's a lot of things that you could do by influencing and by really having a conversation. And, that's why Sanders should have taken the steps before, ahead of this time, to apply the pressure. Yep. And that's what I was trying to say, is like, the only way that Sanders is going to get that nomination is if a third-party populist candidate scares the hell out of the establishment, where they feel like Bernie's a safer bet for them than that third-party candidate. Does that make sense? Like,
it does. I've been trying to help the Green Party, dude. It's a fucking ton of work.
Well, I mean, it's mainly has to do with the internal thing. I mean, the one media director before was media director for 18 years through the birth of social media. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, all these different things. And, next to nothing, 100,000, followers on Facebook. That's okay, but it ain't not for a political party. So there's just some backwards in the way that they're utilizing. I mean, one of the co-chairs from Ohio, they lost ballot access. One of the co-chairs was like talking shit about social media. It's like, oh, well, it just doesn't do with the same thing as it used to. It's not working the way it used to. And he's like, I spent 2 years, whatever. I made over 200 Facebook pages. I'm like, 200 Facebook pages? I'm like, that's the problem. You should have made like 10 and focused on the content. You know what I mean?
You didn't understand how that works, obviously.
No, I'm like, so you did all this work and then so you quit. You failed at it, and then you want to talk shit about somebody else that knows, or at least is paying attention. So there's just a lot of little backwards things that in the party that's preventing, they really want you to phone bank. They want you to phone. Who are you going to call?
No, they want you to phone bank for fucking city planner.
Well,
I'm not fucking phone banking for City Planner.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like most people that get their news or that are going to get it through their phone, social media, and then once people join, you know, how are they going to connect? They go to the website or they go to whatever you have. Like, if you have to phone bank, that means it's probably a landline. And if that person just has a landline, they're probably not going to be the most energized
social media expert.
Right. And that's not to say that that demographic is not important.
No, it is.
But understanding like you could use a fraction of the energy, a fraction of the funds on social media, get some energy moving, and then you send them out to go reach these outer people. You go hit up these landline areas.
But the problem is once they start looking at the Green Party, like, let's say you get them interested. They start looking at what the Green Party is, and they're like, this is a disorganized mess.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
These people don't know what they're doing, and, like, I'm done. I'm doing something else.
No, what they start doing is they start talking about terms that you've never heard before, like eco-socialism. Because everybody knows what eco-socialism is, right? Well, I do. I know Chad does, but I've tried. I even have a shared page that I've been giving to everybody that's running for POTUS or running for House, because you're an idiot if you think you're going to get a Senate seat. You need at least $1 billion, at the very least $1 billion to get a Senate seat. To take a governorship, you at least got to have $500 million. And I will tell you right now, the Green Party has maybe 250,000 registered voters with a surplus of probably about $20 in their back pocket. And this is the saddest part about this party. They're not ready for this. Again,
they're paying Michael O'Neill, the communications guy, like $1,500 every 2 weeks to run the communications things for the party. Like he got paid by Hawkins' campaign to do the media stuff, do video shoots and stuff like that, as well as the GPNY, of course GPUS. It's like you've got these one basic people that are doing this stuff, and it's so corny. Like it's corny. Like these people, they don't realize what they're doing is so bad. I mean, I may not be the best, but I mean, I can do something better. Like this guy's $1,500. You're wasting money.
Well, that's the thing. Like the Greens have become yet another victim of the consultant class, and we see this like not only in politics, but like across the board. Like this consultant class is like, oh, you pay me $10,000 like a month, I'll do something for you. I mean, it's a waste.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, like, you don't need to pay your consultants like that. My God.
Well,
just real quick, and we got to go pretty soon, guys, because it's getting kind of late. But I was on Tom Hartman, and I called in and I was talking. I was kind of flopping around with the Green Party, and I was a standing General Assembly member at the time and the media committee member. And I said, the Green Party has some great ideas. They've got their pillars. They got their 10 key values and stuff. And he goes, I know about that, but we need the Green Party. And he said these words. We need the Green Party to be at the state level, right? And we need you guys to take those mayors and those state legislations and to do that. So this is where a lot of the Greens don't understand is this is where the two-party oligarchy wants you guys to be. They want you guys to go for city planner. They want you to go for the city council. They want you to go for mayor. They want you to go. They don't want you to touch or come anywhere near, or to start to wedge yourself in between the federal or Congress on the Hill, to wedge yourself in between them, to actually stir up the pot. This is why I've been asking as many people as possible throughout my time as somewhat being green now. You need to have somebody in the House, somebody who can actually have some influence on a bill. I mean, it's a larger light spotlight. It's a good place to be, and it's almost attainable. It's almost attainable. Now for POTUS, that's going to take a ton of work, and I know you know that, but it's good to have that person out there, advertising for the party at least. I think that's great.
Well, and I think that's the key. Is like you've got to have a face of the party. You have to have it's energizing, and the presidential race is the Super Bowl of elections. It's what 99 most people are that get involved in politics or when they vote is has to do with the presidency. Yeah. So that's why it's so important to have someone that pushes the boundary, pushes the party into a certain way. And that's one of the reasons why, I ran, because I didn't see any of that, that juice that we needed. That's why we talked about it with Jesse Ventura for months, Yeah.
I told them, look, I don't care if you get Lady fucking Gaga or if you, whoever the fuck it is, I don't care, but you need to bring, dude, out of 120, or listen, now I'd say it's more like 80 to 90 million registered voters for the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, all against or not with 250,000 fucking registered Greens. Now, right there, you have to think, well, what the fuck do we need? And I've been trying, Garden, Chad knows, I've been trying to tell these guys, just anybody, I don't care if it's it could have been fucking Jeffrey Dahmer for all I care. For fuck's sakes, you just need the publicity. You just need somebody out there that can bring in more people. Again, I'm just telling you guys, I'm still trying. I'm gonna help. I'm gonna help any POTUSes out there. I've already told you guys that if you guys want to do interviews or Q&As. I've also said I'll help any HOR, House of Representatives running for the Hill in the U.S. Congress, but I'm not going to fucking bother or waste my time with a governorship or a Senate. It's a fucking waste of time. I get the reason for the POTUS, and I get the reason for the HOR. So right now, and I'll just tell you guys this. What's sad is this is the perfect moment, again, that the Green Party is missing the greatest opportunity to bring people into their party. And again, they're not fucking prepared. They're just not prepared. And hold on, I just want to ask, I'm sorry. So in regards to his question earlier, Max, we pretty much kind of laid it out. But the biggest thing is, I'm telling you, and I've said this a bazillion times, the power of because of Citizens United, because of McCutcheon versus the FEC, the Communications Act, and all the money that's poured into these campaigns, it's going to be so hard to change this dynamic where you have so much influence, so much power that's coming in. Like Garden says, it has to be with the correct perspective of the grassroots of actual people finally waking up and saying, "Oh, I get it. We've been hypnotized. Oh, I get it. We've been fucking manipulated. Oh,
well,
I get it. Control."
To that point, Max asks, "Can movements similar to the Occupy Wall Street be more successful than the original Occupy Wall Street after the quarantine?"
That would be great.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is there's so many things we can do just on social media that people don't realize it, because their power structure lies in the narrative. It lies in their money, so that's something that as a unit, as people can do. I mean, look at the whole, Jeffrey Epstein thing, didn't kill himself. I mean, little stuff like that. I mean, if we marched together as a unit for them to release everything on Jeffrey Epstein, you're talking about I mean, the domino, the real domino. That's the kind of shit that would scare people.
Go ahead, Snork.
Yeah, and the other one, what's the movie producer?
Yeah, Weinstein.
No, is it Weinstein?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, Weinstein, yes. So there's a lot of things that here's the biggest thing. If Julian Assange is not available, right? And I guarantee, I've got a really strong feeling there's like a handful of people out there, maybe more, maybe dozens, that want to throw their whistleblowing information or have access to it, but they don't know where to put it. And I think the reason, and of course, the reason why fucking Julian Assange is in jail is because they've just removed that piece of the puzzle, which connected so many fucking dots. It connected like almost every dot, right? So because taking that guy is like the queen on a chessboard for our side, for the 99%, for truth, justice, and the American way. He's that piece. They took him out of the equation, perfect timing, and they're gonna. Sadly, they're gonna do whatever they can to totally fucking destroy that guy, and they're doing.
I'm still of the opinion that Ecuador, UK, and the US colluded to sequester him in that embassy.
Oh fuck yeah!
It wasn't Ecuador like playing Good Samaritan or whatever.
No, there was
like they didn't want him to have his day in court until they were ready till they had all their ducks in a row, and now they're ready to have him his day. What's that?
That had something to deal with why we had to send spec op teams into Peru today.
I didn't hear about that. What's all that about? Into Peru?
Well, country not being mentioned, yeah.
So what's going on with that?
I don't know. Trump let it slip in one of his meetings.
What?
Peru has been kind of falling into chaos in a sense. So we'll see what happens. See if we get another.
But what do they have to do with
Pinochet in South America?
He just brought up Peru, and I started thinking, oh, I wonder if we had to get some witness killed today.
Well, Ecuador's always been a U.S. puppet. Like they wouldn't have just taken a stand over like some journalist. I mean, you have decades of just embedded control between U.S. and Ecuador, and it just always seemed to me that the narrative, Ecuador is like under the gun for resisting the U.S. I mean, give me a break. I don't think it went down like that.
No, there's a lot of countries that are bitch, but I think we're a bitch to China, but nobody knows it.
Well, the other thing was, what was the name of the president of Ecuador? He just he was somewhat of a populist, all right, and that kind of fooled people into thinking, Ecuador is taking a stand. But as it turns out, like that guy had jack shit for control. He didn't know what the hell was going on behind the scenes half the time. Half of his government was working against him. So
sounds like
anyway, like you watch, like it'll come out someday that Ecuador, US, and UK colluded to do that to him rather than giving him like time before court or whatever until they were ready. Now that like 8 years have passed or whatever, now they're ready, and now they're ready to bring him before court.
So can anybody, is WikiLeaks been, there's no website, or what's going on with them? I mean, can anybody, is there, so if Julian Assange knows that, hey, they're coming after me, I need a number 1 and a number 2, plan A and a plan B and a plan C, is there anybody that can take information or obtain information, and they can post the data? Like all he was doing was just basically posting data, right? Is there anybody in his wheelhouse that can help him out, or is just stifled? Is everything stifled and cut off, or they've totally
It seems to me that like one of the first things you would do if you were targeting Assange is, of course, to break up and co-opt WikiLeaks. right? So by now, 8 years later, you really have to question anything that comes out of WikiLeaks and give it like the double over.
Now,
because
of course, because you don't know. It's turned in now. It's going to turn into a PolitiFact, right?
Yeah, and it's just they could just release anything, and you're not going to know whether it's true or not until months or years later. So and that's always been the case with them.
Well,
but
and that's the thing too, is at this point, they want to do whatever they can to discredit anything, and if you could see it even with Trump, like they try to use Trump to discredit anything, because a broken clock can be right 2 times a day. So look, anytime they talk about Clinton or anytime, same thing is that they attach it and then they use that as a way to discredit that information because they're like saying it's coming from Trump. Same thing, like, but I see what you're saying though about to not trust, to not necessarily. You have to think that's something that they've been working on. Like.
Oh yeah, before they even arrested Assange, of course they were working on it.
Right.
And now it's years later, and WikiLeaks has been facing global intelligence agencies with unlimited budgets and resources. I mean, it'd be a miracle if they weren't at least partially compromised.
I think they are. I think they got in, they got him, they did everything. They sabotaged him. They said he was sexually harassing somebody and all this other shit. Here's you guys, if you want to say something, I'm going to wrap it up in a few minutes here. But look, like I said, there are some very, very powerful players out there that are not to just fall down and or just step aside. These guys,
murderers,
like
killers.
They're just not going to just say, "Hey, oh, you guys want Medicare for all?" Oh, okay, I'm out of here. Bye bye. You know what? I'm speaking for health insurance, big health insurance, right? Oh no, go ahead. It's cool. We had our run. It's good. That's just not going to fucking happen like that. These guys are going to fight tooth and nail. They're going to fucking kill, crush, destroy, demolish, use the power, influence, money, advertising. They're going to use fucking mainstream media. They're going to do everything they fucking can. And like I said, it's got to be, I mean, are we talking physical revolution, or do I just need to go to fucking Congress, like I've been saying, with a grass skirt, coconut bra, and a fucking tiki torch?
I mean, that may get us some attention.
I think that would, honestly. If you've ever seen me in a coconut bra,
man,
I am fucking. I can turn some heads in a coconut bra.
You know what? I bet you could. You would definitely turn. Maybe you turn it away.
I'd cause some car accidents. Okay.
Well, whatever we do, like, we got to keep it.
Well, let's keep talking about it. I'm going to be back either tomorrow or next day or something soon, but I'll let you guys know beforehand. I mean, there's still stuff that we need to discuss. There's still stuff that people need to know.
I think there needs to be some sort of, again, an approach to even our intelligence community. Like when we interviewed John Kiriakou on our Evolution Revolution podcast.
Yeah.
And one of the things he was saying is basically these CIA guys, they don't have a boss. It's like nobody's really telling there's no real structure to tell certain people what to do. So you got to assume like that at a certain point that all these different people have all these different things going on, right? People in place or whatever. And like they're playing out these little Game of Thrones, these little chess games, these intelligence. So I don't know. I feel like it's important to try and again we learn the thought process of some of these cats in these worlds, and especially the people that have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Those are going to be our best, help. But just to take it from understanding the way that they think, because unless we know how they think, we're not going to really make any change, because we have to cut them off at the past and understand what they're going to do. I mean, like this whole thing with the coronavirus it's regardless of the origin of it or how it got out, is I think we can all agree that they would it's not beneath them to do something like that. If that's what they needed to do in order to regain control of the population, they would have no problems doing it. Murder, death, and chaos and destruction is okay to them. Like
they'll murder someone, pretty much an open murder with someone in federal custody. Now, I'm not saying that it's all just one group of people doing all of these things. Like you said, it's different groups of people doing these things, Chad.
Right.
But they'll murder someone in federal custody in a jail cell.
And that'll stop
openly.
Everything.
I mean, they'll kill kids. They've just proved this stuff over and over again. And that's one thing that a lot of the left in the country doesn't seem to understand, is that cheating and rigging an election is fucking nothing to these people.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's just par for the course. That's just par for the course. All right, guys, listen. Thank you for coming on. Garden, good to hear you again. See you, we never do, but it's good to hear you. Chad, good seeing you. What's going on, Chad? What you got going on?
No, I was gonna say I wanted to link Mitch up too with our guy. We had the discussion from the other day about everything. Remember we talked about it? We did a discussion about all the permaculture and all that stuff.
The guy from Alaska?
Yeah.
What was his name? Robert. Robert was his name. Garden, this stuff's good. I mean, I got to tell you, Snork, when you and Lucas start going back and forth with your agriculture and your farming and all that stuff, my head does this every once in a while.
I don't mean to be boring.
But right now, it's needed and important, dude. I'm just like, it's something everybody should be paying attention to and listening to. And I got a nice big basement, honestly.
I'm now a professional at putting people to sleep, giving lectures.
It's just we're like, what are they talking about? You guys are talking about farming, all this, but if you use this hydroponic, I'm just like, okay.
I thought about it for a minute. I'm like, Snork's probably pissed at me for condemning the consultant class like that. But scientific consulting is different from the kind of consulting, engineering consulting and what have you. It's different.
Sometimes it's not that different.
Career.
There's all kinds of frauds out there.
Yeah.
Professional politician consulting.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's no different. There's tons of engineering consultants that I fire right off.
You can tell if
I
they're
put my
bullshitting
contact information over in the chat.
Yeah, you can tell that they're bullshitting you, like right off the bat. They just like the first three words. You're like, no, get out of here. Fuck you. Right?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of patience for that. Usually at that stage, if I'm in like that, I'm worried that the people who have got me in as a client are they're my clients. I'm worried that they're going to think that I'm wasting their money. So the last thing I want somebody in there that is somebody that I think is wasting their money.
It's difficult presenting like new ideas and genuine ideas and not coming across like that sometimes because people don't know. They can't
what was the
recognize
guy's name? What was the guy's name that went up to the sky in a rocket and was going to prove that it's flat Earth?
I don't remember the name.
Bill Cole.
I did read about it. I didn't realize.
He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys because he totally took everybody by storm, all the flat earthers, and he got everybody to fucking pitch in and donate to him that he's going to go up himself and prove that the earth is flat, which that wasn't really his goal. His goal was just to do this thrill-seeking, just a way to get more publicity for him because he's been like a thrill-seeker dude. So he's one of those, he's just a fucking fake and a fraud. And sadly, He went up, his parachute blew up, and he went up like 1,500 feet in the air, maybe a little more, and fucking slammed down without a parachute. Now he's done.
Jesus.
Or
One of
do
Evan's
the
friends.
flat
One of
earthers
Evan's
think
friends.
that he went up and hit the dome?
Oh yeah, he hit the fucking ceiling. That's what
Are
happened.
they saying that?
You know what?
I don't. It's so absurd. I don't even know if you guys are kidding.
It really happened.
Happened.
Oh my god! It's like somebody in the comments of the video when I first saw it, because I was catching the video in the first beginning in the comments. The guy goes, "This is fucking like just like Wile E. Coyote, fucking Roadrunner." It was like one of those attempts where it's a major fail, you know. But the Wile E. Coyote usually got up. I don't know if fucking did that, but
Yeah, right now, I'm thinking of making my students do a project to automate buffet bars. We're going to need a way to feed a lot of people without a lot of contact. And again, anybody that thinks this is going to be 6 months isn't being
they're
realistic.
idiots. It's not. Yeah. So maybe we should plan on a certain night and let's commit to it, to where we can have like basics, what to start with, how to get things moving.
Because and that's something that I want to use the platform that I have with to really have a way for people to move forward. We don't have to be in office in order to create this, this step-by-step kind of thing of what it needs to do.
Is it going to run through IMN or is it run through?
I mean, we can do it through whatever. I mean, platform as far as, believe it or not, it's like everybody tells you to run green. Oh, run for office. And of course, until you run president, and then everybody's like pissed off that you're running for it. But people are listening. So, I think that's, right now we need real leadership, but people are listening and are looking for the answer, solution. And I think permaculture, I think a lot of these things we can do in the private sector around the system, because we have the internet in order to create these co-ops, to organize our resources, to to share these, to share how to do things.
Let's get some of these companies that, and I've seen a lot of commercials or spots on my Facebook and my Twitter where there are people out there that are advertising their products, and I'm talking about little cups and these little tubes and these little gadgets, or these pumps and these filters and all this other stuff, and let's get them aboard. If they want to sponsor us to put out this information, I'm okay with making money. It's still capitalism, right? Anyway, listen, guys, let's go. Snork, what were you going to say? Go ahead.
I don't know what I can do.
Well,
no, I've got some limits on what I can participate in.
Okay, so we'll just keep it simple. We'll keep it real simple, just little things here and there, like little pieces, so people can start with little steps. Because if you get too complicated, then I'm not going to know what the fuck to do.
Well, main thing is the conversation is you've got so much knowledge. It's just like being able to pick your brain in certain conversations or whatnot.
Let people come in the chat for sure. Ask questions.
That's really the key, is because we just have to think outside of the box.
Let's start. Yes.
People need to hear. I'm saying people need to hear people with that expertise talk about these things in a different way, rather than just someone
Yeah, right now I'm still worried that permaculture might not be possible except in Canada and Siberia after 5 more years.
Because what?
Global warming.
Well, so we straight up have like explosions that leave craters. Well, that leave like these giant craters. At first we didn't know where these craters were coming from. Seems like we figured it out. It's explosions of methane and other gases.
Well, we're going to be talking all night. We can cover that later. But like I said, I do have limits on what I'm allowed to talk about.
Gotcha.
Okay, we'll keep it un-CIA-ish and FBI-ish.
I'm not.
We'll talk we'll talk about
No.
TYT. That's how we'll spend
There
our
we
time.
go. You know what? I'm going to go get their logo and put it up.
Yeah.
Just to make Garden happy, I'll go grab the logo and put it on my show for it. All right,
We should
I'm gonna go.
try to get.
Go ahead.
Try to get
Guys,
Anna.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
All right. Thank
See
you.
Chad.
All right,
Good
have a
talking
good
to you.
night, guys.
Aloha.